Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter Traveled to the Past and Secretly Dated Hermione. So do 4 blue hearts comment. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description. He could hear the shouts from the angry Death Eaters behind them, cursing and issuing orders as the noise of shattering prophecies finally started to subside. The grip on his off-H and tightened to ensure the orb didn't join its destroyed kin as nothing more than a pile of broken glass. A series of footsteps came scrambling out of a road they'd passed not long before, just as they finally found a way out. Harry Potter ran recklessly into the room behind his friends and slammed the door shut. Hermione cast her locking charm quickly and they heard bodies slam against it. When he turned, he saw they were in the room with all the clocks, a series of hard choices around them. "Hurry," he shouted at Hermione and Neville. "Just pick a door. We need to find the others." They ran down the center of the room but the door behind Harry suddenly blasted apart, sending him sprawling over the lip of a stone half-wall and falling into a pool of strange black liquid. He rolled around in the impossibly deep pool. Disoriented as to which way was up, forcing himself to calm down, he looked around. There was no up. It wasn't pitch black, he could see his hands clearly, but all around him was a murky darkness that barely seemed to exist. Feeling his panic rising again, he swam furiously in a random direction that he hoped would get him out. His lungs ached from the effort of using so much energy while holding his breath. He was about to give up, feeling helpless and trapped, but then he saw a blinding white doorway just ahead of him. He swam toward it desperately but it didn't seem to get any closer. His lungs burned and he could hold it no longer. He took a breath. His lungs filled with glorious air, impossible though it seemed. He heaved and panted and gasped and marveled that he wasn't drowning. The light was still ahead of him. Instead of swimming, he tried taking a step and somehow moved forward. Feeling much calmer now that his life wasn't in immediate danger, he walked toward the light quickly. It didn't get closer so much as the doorway enlarged until it was so big that it enveloped him. Instead of being in darkness he was covered in white light. It wasn't blinding. As the darkness wasn't tenebrous, it was almost comfortable. Looking behind he saw a black doorway, similar to the white one he just passed through. There was no telling which way to go. The endless darkness that he came from didn't seem to have any other exits. He needed to find someone or something to get him back to the Department of Mysteries. Hermione and Neville were probably worried about him. Not to mention the other 3 they'd gotten separated from. They were all in danger because of him. He had to go help. Deciding against going back into the darkness, he started to walk. He was in the Department of Mysteries after all. Maybe he just needed to find another door. He moved forward for a long time before he turned around to check for the dark door, but there was nothing. Thinking maybe he'd made a mistake letting it out of his sight, he doubled back. After walking about the same amount of time he still saw nothing. He spun around, feeling his panic rise a bit. Or realizing panic wasn't going to help him. He thought of a spell that might. Placing his wand on the palm of his hand he said, "Point me." After spinning wildly for a moment the wand settled on a direction that was apparently north and he started walking. Harry checked the 4-point spell on occasion to make sure he hadn't drifted off course. The feeling of incredible anxiety he had about the friends he left behind kept him moving. He'd been away from them for what seemed like a very long time at this point, but as there was no sun or anything else but whiteness, he had no way of telling how long. His watch had stopped at some point so that was no help. Eventually he saw a building up ahead and let out a relieved gasp, breaking into a run. It was a domed structure of mostly white but the top quarter which was a shining gold. The white of the walls seemed almost dirty compared to the rest of the strange place. On either side of the construct stood 2 large hourglasses like odd bookends. The sand inside was half filled on either end, the flow down the middle was still, as if it were frozen. He looked around curiously while walking through the open archway that led into the dome. The interior was built in a similar way as the outside. The walls were all white but as it sloped up higher it turned into a sky that looked to be enchanted in a way that reminded Harry of the Great Hall at Hogwarts. This one, however, was a gradient of night and day, a bright sun with light blue sky flowing into a dark night sky with a realistic moon. There were 3 more arched doorways in the room. The one to the right was trimmed in a dark blue, the one to the left in gold, the third, straight ahead of him, was the only one that had a door. It was pitch black, with no apparent handle. The center of the room declined with a couple of steps that made a full circle around the middle and led to a small gold carpet with 2 sculptures of people sitting cross-legged. Harry walked forward down the steps to the statues. One was a man, one a woman, both made of a hard white stone that might have been ivory. They were finely crafted, clothed in intricate stone magical garb, complete with pointed hats. They sat back to back with their wands held upward in front of them. There was something about the 2 faces that almost seemed alive. Whoever had carved them, magically or otherwise, was a truly brilliant artist. The man had a jovial look to him with its wide, laughing smile, though his face held a touch of madness due to the wide eyes. The woman was beautiful yet austere looking, and perhaps a bit intimidating. Moving on from the statues, he tried the room on the left first. It looked to be a modest-sized kitchen, complete with table, pantry and stone sink. When Harry opened the pantry, the cupboards were bare, but clean. In fact, there wasn't a spot of dust in the entire strange space. He wandered out of the kitchen, intending to check the other archway when he paused. One of the statues was missing. "It's been a long time since anyone has come here," a voice said. Harry started, whipping out his wand and aiming at the doorway where an old man had appeared. He wore bright blue and white robes with a matching pointed hat. His face was heavily lined, yet the more Harry looked at him the more he thought maybe his skin was smooth. It was like trying to see something just on the edge of your vision that would disappear every time you turned to look. The man was standing quite calmly in the archway that led out into the whiteness, a small smile on his wrinkled yet smooth face. Harry regarded him cautiously, not lowering his wand in case he turned aggressive. "Well, to be honest," Harry said eventually, "I didn't mean to come here. I came here by mistake." "No," the old man said, his smile turning to a frown. "If you are here, it is no mistake. You were meant to be here." Harry cocked his head to the side and glanced at the spot where the missing statue had been, then back at the man. "I'm sorry. But I'm not," he said carefully. "In fact, my friends are in danger right now. I need to get back." The old man laughed heartily at that, his hands clapping lightly in approval. "It has been a long time since I've had a good laugh," he said, and he waved a wand that wasn't there a moment ago. In an instant Harry found himself sitting in a rather luxurious cushioned chair. Another wave of the wand and the chair reclined. Harry was staring up at the enchanted ceiling with the night and day sky. "There is no, right now, here, boy," the old man said in a powerful voice. "Or rather, there is only, right now, and nothing else." A white star that wasn't there before began spinning rapidly around the enchanted sky, disappearing as it neared the sun and reappearing on its route back to the moon. "We may be here in this space," the man rambled on, "but the space is not here. Time does not exist here, you will not age. Though you may grow hungry, you do not need to eat. You may wish to sleep, but your body does not require it. The place where you need to get back is not here. It exists, while here does or does not, it doesn't matter. When you are meant to leave, you will leave, and not before." The man laughed again. "Of course there is no when here," he continued, still chuckling amusedly at whatever joke he saw that Harry didn't. "But if there is no when, that means you'll leave now. No matter what, but not this now. A now that is a different now but the same, now." During his entire speech Harry had been staring at the spinning white star, getting more and more confused. He scrambled off the chair and attempted to convey what he needed to the man. "Look," he said weightily, "I don't know where here is, but I'm worried about my friends. I don't want them to die just because I am stuck here." "You misunderstand," the man said quickly, clearly excited. "They will not die. You are not stuck here. You are here to get what you need so they will not die, and so you can accomplish whatever goal is unreachable to you." Harry stared at him, confused as ever and now seriously considering just ignoring him and searching for an exit. "I seem to be wasting my time." The man laughed again at his own joke. "But of course what you lack is knowledge, and I am hardly the one to talk to about that. Ask her." With another flick of the man's wand, Harry found himself sliding across the floor, down the steps and arriving on his ass behind the now lone statue of the woman. He was about to stand and give the man a piece of his mind when he heard another voice. Or perhaps more accurately, He thought it. Hello, Harry Potter, a feminine voice echoed in his head. Please, be calm, I will answer all of your questions for you. Harry looked over his shoulder to the statue of the marble witch. It was still in its original place and in its original form. He sat back against it, hoping that the voice wasn't just wasting more of his time. How do I go home? He asked impatiently. I will explain it in a way you will understand. The voice was calm in his mind. You cannot force your way out of this place, it is not possible. The door in front of you will not open until it does. That is how you will leave. Harry stared at the pitch-black door in front of him, grinding his teeth in frustration. What you are worried about, the voice continued, is not something that will come to pass. For you, your home is still while you are here. Time will not continue to flow. The instant that you entered this place will be the instant that you reappear when you leave. The thought calmed Harry somewhat, but he was still unsure of what he could trust. What was the reason he was here? If the old man was to be believed, then he was meant to be here. If so, why? You are here, the voice said, answering his unvoiced question, because of your destiny. You are not prepared for it as you are now. You know of what I speak. Harry's pulse quickened. He reached into the pocket of his robes and pulled out the glass orb that was there. Tap your wand to it, she said. Harry did as she ordered. He tapped his wand to the prophecy and a misty face appeared on its surface. Speaking in an eerie voice. The one with the power to defy the Dark Lord approaches. He will be born as the 7th month dies. To those who have thrice defied him, the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. But he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to defy the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Harry stared at the orb. He knew already that the prophecy was about himself and Voldemort. Does that mean that he was supposed to have power the Dark Lord knows not? That he either killed Voldemort or died at his hand? Yes, the voice answered. The power the Dark Lord knows not shall be taught to you here. Or else it can be interpreted that this place is the power he knows not. When you leave, you will leave prepared. Harry's mind was working furiously. How will you help me? Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am called the Guardian of Knowledge in this place. I will be your educator, your guide, your book. I will give you the knowledge you need to succeed in knowledge far beyond your success besides. The old man you have already met is the Guardian of Power. He will train you physically and magically. A more hands-on approach, if you will. He will also teach you how to fight. Harry looked behind him past the statue to the old man who was currently lounging in the chair he had conjured under Harry earlier. The Guardian certainly seemed powerful, but Harry questioned how capable he was in teaching him. He is more than capable of doing what must be done, the Guardian of Knowledge said. But for now, you will be training under me. Harry felt as if his mind was being opened like a book to be read. Memories and knowledge flashed by uncomfortably quickly. His entire life was summarized in a matter of moments. A solid foundation to begin building upon, the voice said approvingly. Good. Prepare yourself, Harry Potter. Much of this knowledge is beyond what modern wizards know of in your world. It may feel a tad overwhelming at first. The Guardian didn't so much as speak the knowledge as ram it into his brain for him to observe. Overwhelming was one way to put it. Harry reached for his wand. For what? He did not know. But he felt like he had to do something while knowledge he'd never even dreamed of was rammed into his mind. Nothing physical was being done to him, but it was extremely painful for the first few moments. By the time he got used to it, he could already understand things he hadn't understood before. The process he was undergoing was called melding. It was transferring knowledge to his brain much the way reading a book would. If he didn't retain it himself, then it would be forgotten. Thankfully, he learned new ways of thinking and de-organizing his thoughts and knowledge within his own head. It made the process significantly simpler, and he had no idea why he hadn't used his mind in this way before. Now that we are restructuring your mind to be able to accommodate what is to come, I will start showing you what you have come here to learn. Like magic? Harry asked out loud through the wave of knowledge still being sorted into his mind. Magic is part of it. But there is more that will be useful to you. History, psychology, science, there is much knowledge that exists even outside the magical world that is invaluable. Harry's mind could recall much of what the Guardian was saying already, as if he had always known it. How long have we been here already? He asked, though he thought he knew the answer. Time does not matter. It might have been an instant. Or perhaps hundreds of years. Your perspective of time is faulty in this place. You do not need it. Harry concentrated on the things he had been learning. There was certainly magic. Concepts that he had heard of before but never understood now made perfect sense. Rules and laws that magic obey and methods in which to break them, spells and how they function. How they're created and why they work the way they do, the difference between wand movements and how they affect the magic, how to completely control magic so none of those things were necessary. He learned about abilities that were inherited, like Parseltongue, and ways to teach that kind of magic to others, gifts that magical beings have inherently, like the Vela's allure or the magic of house. Elves and how versions can be made to function for humans, even magical beasts and their powers, such as Phoenix Tears and Anundu's breath can be emulated, though never perfectly. Stances and battle magic, methods of killing, crippling, breaking and disarming, theories behind fighting and how to apply them, how to learn from an opponent and observe them as the fight goes on. And more, so much more, more than he could have ever hoped to know in a single lifetime. Yes, overwhelming was not the right word at all. Impossible seemed closer to correct. Though as he fell away from the statue 500 years later and yet the same instant he sat down, he felt fine. Better than fine. He cast a quick diagnostic charm on himself and found his body was functioning normally, though not as efficiently as it could. He could rectify that, however. Knowing full well that food wasn't necessary here, he went to the kitchen anyway. When he opened the pantry this time everything he needed was already prepared for him and he moved it to the table, downing the potions and eating all that was required. When he was done he waved his wand over his own head and walked into the whiteness that was outside of the building. The Guardian of Power was already waiting for him there, wand at the ready. Harry took up his expected position in front of the man and prepared himself. Knowledge is all well and good, the old Guardian said to him. But power and control are completely different animals altogether. Can you apply your knowledge to defeat your opponent? On guard. A series of spells flew silently from his wand. Harry, casting a very loud Protega, shielded himself from two of them, but the third sent him sprawling back a few meters, forcing him to stagger back to his feet. You'll have to break those instincts of yours. The old man chided angrily. You know better, don't you? Just because you know how to cast a non-verbal spell and have the perfect counter in your mind to defend yourself from me, you still need to do it. The man raised his wand again, sending another 3 spells toward Harry. This time he raised his wand high over his head and said out loud, Protega Horribilis. Spells fizzled uselessly out on the domed shield that formed around him. Better, the old man said. At least you're on your feet. Still shite. I can't fault you too much for that though, can I? After all, these things take time. The man cackled madly as he launched a continuous flurry of magic at Harry, who could do nothing but stay hidden under his shield until it shattered. The spells continued to rain upon him, pain lancing through every inch of his body, until everything went from white to black. It was difficult to measure how long he had been here. Of course the answer to that was no time at all. Since time did not exist in this space, but there was no denying he had accomplished a great deal. Instead of time, he has been measuring the number of times he has trained with the Guardian of Power. So far the number has reached 83,506. Normally the sessions would begin with practical training of some sort. Ways to apply the knowledge he had learned from the other Guardian and a bit of self-study to get used to what he'd learned. The training sessions would always end with a duel between the two. As of this point he has lost 83,505 duels. He's won one. The session before. He had often convened with the Guardian of Knowledge before and after his training sessions, though as he would usually be unconscious after most sessions, it was usually just before. If he was not training or talking to the Guardian of Knowledge, he was eating, even though he didn't have to, or sleeping in the bedroom through the dark blue bordered doorway. He never got tired here, but he did often wake up in the bed after he'd been knocked out by the man. After defeating the old man for the first time, Harry opted to eat a celebratory feast and have a nice sleep. When he awoke, the man had already returned to his statue form behind the woman. Harry felt an immediate sense of loss. The two had become his favorite mentors. The man had his ridiculous sense of humor and his impossible power, and the woman had become a friend of sorts. She reminded him of Hermione in many ways, except the Guardian genuinely did know everything. Because of the two of them, he had first learned then mastered magic previously unimaginable to him. He gained experience in many other aspects of life as well. He became rather fond of learning from them. His desire to better himself just growing stronger the more he was there. Looking to the pitch-black door, he saw it was still closed. Did that mean he was still not meant to leave yet? He tried communicating with the statues, but as he expected, they did not move or speak into his mind. He went to the pantry and ate a good meal. There was no point bringing anything with him, and he left because he knew nothing from this place would be able to leave here. Once finished, he went out into the white field and trained by himself. He ran through the entire gamut of spells he'd learned, then moved on to combinations. He practiced his seamless transformation into his animagus form, a falcon the Guardian of Knowledge had named Quill. He tested his physical strength, speed and agility. When he'd gotten bored training on his own, he went back to the pantry and retrieved a broom and snitch from inside and played around, catching and releasing the golden ball many times until he got bored again. With nothing left to do, he went back to bed. When the door was not open after he woke, he sat down in front of it and meditated. His mind emptied of all thought and his magic rested in his body. When he opened his eyes again, he chuckled to himself that he may have been meditating for years and he would have no concept of it. Getting frustrated at the one pitch-black door, he tried to knock on it. His hand passed straight through. Grumbling, Harry Potter walked through the door and left the mysterious place, noting to himself that even with all the knowledge in the world, he was still a damn idiot. When he stepped out on the other side of the door, he was back in the Department of Mysteries, the room with the spinning doors. The one he seemed to have just come through was shut behind him. He tried to open it, but it was locked. He knew it was gone to him forever, but now he had more important things to deal with. Room of Time, he said calmly. The doors spun impossibly fast until they stopped suddenly. Harry stepped through the door ahead of him, wand raised. He transfigured the two Death Eaters with their backs to him into galleons, then placed them into a leather UCH'd transfiguration from a piece of his robes. Focusing his magic to his eyes, he found the trail he knew belonged to Hermione and Neville and set off through that door. Another pair of Death Eaters was there. Neville on the ground with a bloody face and Hermione beside him, limp and unmoving. "There you are, Potter." One of them growled at him. Harry could feel Hermione was still alive, but he was still enraged to find his best friend so badly injured. A red spell flew at him. He calmly swatted it aside and sent another 8 back at the Death Eaters in an instant, causing them to go blind, deaf, dumb, and in severe pain. They writhed on the ground silently while Harry destroyed both their wands. "Ari!" Neville cried through a broken nose and a bubble of blood. We lost you." Harry waved his wand at Neville's face, healing the wound, then kneeled in front of Hermione, running his wand along her chest. "Thanks," Neville marveled, touching his face. "One of them did it," he added about Hermione. "She silenced him, but he cast it without an incantation on her." "Is she okay?" "She will be," Harry said confidently. He ran his wand along the injury and started muttering under his breath. After a few moments he repaired her clothing. "Renervate." He spoke the incantation aloud, more for Neville's benefit than out of necessity, but it did the trick just the same. "Harry," Hermione said groggily once she came to. "What happened?" "You were hit with a nasty bit of dark magic," he explained, then aimed his wand at the door as it opened, transfiguring another Death Eater into a galleon. "We're not safe yet. Let's find the others." Harry opened the sack on his waist and the Death Eater turned galleon flew inside. "Harry," Hermione said in shock as he tried to find a trace of the other 3. "What was that magic you just did? And what happened to you? You fell into that strange pool and—" While she was speaking, he had collected another Death Eater turned galleon without either of them noticing. "A lot has happened, actually," he said. "I don't have time to explain, but I promise I will. Just know that I can protect you properly now." Passing into another room, he found the trail of his 3 other friends. "This way," he said urgently. They followed without question as Harry burst through the next door and wrapped the 2 Death Eaters there in a thick black rope with a single spell. The bundle toppling to the ground even as a shouted stupefy flew past where their heads had been. "That's 8, Harry said quietly, destroying the 2 Death Eaters' wands. His 3 friends were hidden behind a stone desk for cover. Luna had her eyes peeking out and stood slowly upright when she caught sight of him, her head cocked to the side. "Thank you, Harry," she said in a dreamy voice. "You look different." "Anytime, Luna," Harry said, ignoring the second comment and moving to the two redheads on the ground behind her. "How are they?" Ron was struggling with a strange creature that looked like a brain with tentacles. Ginny was unconscious against the wall, her leg twisted at an odd angle. "Get this thing off of me," Ron yelled, giggling. "I think it's hungry." Harry transfigured the strange brain into a pin cushion, then kneeled down to inspect the two Weasleys. "His mind is damaged," he said, referring to Ron. "I can fix him, but I would need to concentrate on it for a bit." Instead, he raised his wand and transfigured Ron into a pocket watch and handed him to Hermione. "He'll change back in an hour," he said to the girl's wide-eyed expression. It'll be a bit painful when he changes back, but he'll be safer like that. Keep him protected." He turned his attention to Ginny while Hermione just stared dumbly at the watch that was her best friend a few moments ago. "Harry," Hermione squeaked. "How did you?" "Later, Hermione," he promised. He healed Ginny's injured leg and cast a silent renervate on her. She blearily opened her eyes, pushing herself onto her side. "Grab your wand, Ginny," Harry instructed before she could say anything. "We're getting out of here." Ginny scrambled for her wand and got to her feet muttering an apology. "Come on," Harry ordered. They followed. He held his hand out as he reached a door and they all froze behind him. With 6 circular swirls of his wand he transfigured replicas of all of them, including Ron. And sent the copies running through the open door. "Wait a minute," Ginny whispered in a terrified voice. "Where's Ron?" Harry cast a quick spell at the doorway to make sure Hermione's muttered reply. And Ginny's eventual gasp of surprise wasn't overheard. Shouts and cast spells greeted their ears as the copies ran to another door, being tailed closely by the Death Eaters. Harry waved for them to follow and he moved silently out the doorway. They were in the room of doors, alone. "We wish to leave," Harry intoned, walking smoothly to the other end of the room. The doors stopped spinning just as Harry reached his hand out to open the exit. They rushed out and down the ministry corridor to a lift. "I can't believe we got out so easily," Ginny sighed as she fell against the wall of the lift. "You know, after we almost died and all." Single quote. Hermione moved next to Harry, who was casting sensory charm in the area of the ministry atrium. She looked up at him curiously, noticing the slight changes in I am now that they were out of the dim light of the Department of Mysteries. "I went to a mysterious place," Harry began, answering her unasked question, "a place where time stood still. I met 2 people there. Although they weren't actual people. They were the guardians of that place, and they taught me many things. I know much more now than I did before, and I am much more powerful." It is difficult to explain the concept of a place where time stood still. It all took less than an instant, but felt like it may have been hundreds of years. He looked down at her with a small smile on his face. He stared back at him with her brow furrowed. She was confused, but it seemed like she believed him. "Are you still Harry?" she asked quietly. "Yes," he answered immediately, a strange version of Harry who knows more than Hermione Granger. "But still Harry." His cocky grin made her punch him playfully in the arm and they both laughed. The elevator rose ever onward, getting closer to the atrium. "This may seem sudden," he said with a small smile on his face. He knew the Guardian of Power would have cracked up at that, "but I want to teach you, Hermione. Not like in the DA, not just defense, I want to teach you all I can. If you're willing to learn from me, that is." Hermione grinned up at her friend. Even this new Harry wanted her to be with him. She had always had the intrusive thought that if she wasn't useful, Harry wouldn't want to be her friend, or Ron for that matter. It was comforting to hear those words, even if everything she was hearing was so unbelievable. Because she did believe him. "What would you teach me?" she queried. "Everything," he answered simply as the elevator reached the atrium. As soon as the doors to the lift opened, he stepped out at a brisk walk, casting Onyo their spell to make sure they were the only human presence. He paused, holding out his arm again as before to make everyone hold. He raised his wand high in the air. "Who's there?" he questioned loudly. "Harry." Sirius Black's voice came from the darkness. He rushed forward to greet the group, followed by the other members of the Order of the Phoenix. While Harry dropped his wand, he covertly made sure they were who they appeared. They were Sirius seemed to catch the suspicion in his eye and changed to Padfoot for a moment before changing back. "It's good to be cautious, Harry," he said approvingly, then came up short. "You look different." His air became suspicious at once, holding back from his quick approach. "The night we met and revealed Pettigrew, you asked me to live with you," Harry said calmly. "That has been my Patronus memory ever since. Expecto Patronum." His silver stag burst from his wand and cantered around Sirius once before dissipating. "Sorry, pup," he said, laughing and giving him a hug once he closed the distance. "You've just changed a lot since Christmas is all." "I'll explain that later," Harry said, looking at Hermione with a smile. She had the same bemused expression on her face. "For now," he tossed a leather pouch to Kingsley Shacklebolt. "There are 4 Death Eaters in there transfigured into galleons. There are 8 more down in the Department of Mysteries. 4 of them are either cursed or bound, the others won't be able to release them. The other 4 are probably on their way up by now. Lucius Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange are among them." See. Rias looked around at Kingsley in surprise, who was hefting the bag with some confusion. "What the bloody hell are you going on about, Potter?" Mad-Eye Moody asked gruffly. "Are you telling me 5 Street Udents took on a dozen Death Eaters and handled them easily?" Harry's wand moved in a flash and Moody was gone. A golden galleon landed on the floor of the atrium with a loud, lingering ting. "Another wave and Alistair Moody lay panting on the ground, good-eye-wide in shock. "Yes," Harry said simply. The adults all looked at Harry strangely. Serious suspicion had returned as well. "Look," Harry sighed. "There is a lot I could do to prove I am who I say I am, but there is little time. The Death Eaters will be coming up speak of the devils." The indicator above one of the lifts was indeed rising from the 9th level, making its way toward the atrium. Harry summoned a daily prophet that sat abandoned at the guard station. He tapped it with his wand a few times and it glowed an eerie blue. "Will you allow me to stay and help you capture them?" he asked the group of adults, or would it cause too many problems? No one seemed to have an answer for the question, but Harry understood all the same. "Don't any of you die," he ordered them. "Bellatrix Lestrange is especially dangerous, don't underestimate her and don't fight fair." He turned away from the adults and held out the newspaper to his friends. "Everyone grab on. It's a portkey." They all did without hesitation, at least they believed he was who he claimed. "Should we just let him leave?" a confused Tonks asked from behind him. "What if he's taking the kids into a trap or something?" Before any of them could come up with an answer, the portkey glowed a bright blue and they were gone. They landed smoothly just outside the gates of Hogwarts. Everyone steady on their feet. "I don't think they believed you, Harry," Luna said unnecessarily. Harry smiled and the rest gave weak chuckles. "I can't say I blame them," Ginny said, looking Harry over. "I heard what you said to Hermione on the lift. It seems so unbelievable." Harry shrugged at the girl and started walking toward the school. "I hope they'll be all right," he said as they walked. "I wanted to stay and take care of it, but I don't really want people to know what I'm capable of. It's one thing for the Order to have some idea, that won't matter, but if anyone else showed up." Their footsteps were loud on the damp grass in the quiet early morning. The darkness around them was thick with anticipation of the rising sun. "Why?" Hermione asked, sharp as ever. "Are you planning something?" Harry picked up his pace somewhat as he pulled out a small glass orb. "I plan on fulfilling this." Their eyes widened at the prophecy. "Come, let's go to the room of requirement. I want to explain a few things to you all before we sleep." As the sun rose over Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, 6 students sat in a magical room listening to the eerie voice of one of their professors from a crystal ball. As soon as they arrived in the room, Harry had returned Ron to normal and healed the damage on his mind. They had brought the slack-jawed boy up to speed regarding new Harry. As Ginny called him out loud, though in her head she called him Hotter Harry, and what had happened at the Ministry after Ron was attacked by the strange brain. He held on to his suspicious disbelief for longer than the others, but eventually conceded, albeit grudgingly, when he saw Harry's Patronus. Once the divination professor had finished speaking, silence took over the room. A very excited Hermione Granger broke that silence. "A power he knows not," she gasped. "That's what just happened in the Department of Mysteries. That's why you didn't want anyone else finding out. Right in one," Harry said, smiling. The Galleon Death Eaters won't remember anything, neither will the other four. I would have wanted to stay and take care of the rest, but with the Order being suspicious of me. I understand, Hermione said after he trailed off. If you had to fight the Order all of a sudden as well, and you don't want to underestimate the Death Eaters either, then the most powerful wizard can fall to overwhelming numbers. Harry was beaming at his best friend. How have I never noticed how amazing you are? He asked, bemused. Have you ever heard of something called melding? Hermione blushed scarlet but beamed right back, then her expression turned confused. No, I haven't. What is it? It's a process of All right. An annoyed Ron cut in. You're getting off topic. What about the bloody prophecy? You actually think you can kill you-know-who? Harry's wand was in his hand in an instant, flicking it at blinding speeds at a training dummy that just popped into existence. It was simultaneously cut in half, burst into flames and blasted back against the far wall where it exploded. Don't know for sure, Harry said thoughtfully, but I think I'm at least more skilled than he is. And more knowledgeable. My magical power is considerably higher than it was before, but I would have to compare with him to know who's stronger in that regard. So yes, probably. They all looked gobsmacked, all but Hermione and Luna, who merely looked curious. It is rather remarkable, Hermione said, waving her wand at an appearing dummy and attempting to repeat the process. Diffindo, Incendio. Depulso, Bombarda. Hermione rang off to produce a far weaker combination but still a rather impressive display. And all non-verbal too. Those weren't the spells you used though, were they? No, Harry admitted, chuckling slightly. That was still damn impressive though. I'll teach you the spells I used later. Hermione tried but failed to contain a squeal of delight. She bounced up and down, then suddenly hugged Harry only to pull away immediately, blushing. Sorry, she said quickly. I've just always wanted a smart friend. There was a beat of silence, then Harry burst out laughing. As did Neville and Ginny. In fact, Ginny found it especially hilarious when she saw how red-faced her brother had become. I didn't mean it like that. Hermione said even quicker. But the laughing kept on until it became contagious enough for Hermione and Ron to join in. Luna began giggling quite manically as well. Once their fun was over, they all decided they needed to go to sleep. There was no way someone hadn't noticed their absence, and there would surely be many questions. To Harry's surprise, not a single professor approached him or any of his other companions. After their adventure at the Ministry of Magic. Umbridge was missing somewhere in the Forbidden Forest, and though Harry knew he could do something about it, opted to let her suffer for a bit longer. The centaurs weren't likely to kill her. Probably. The next day the front page of the Prophet had a picture of a triumphant Fudge. 8 supporters of Sirius Black had been captured and imprisoned in Azkaban. It was made out to be a huge victory by the Ministry, who had received a tip that the mass murderer Black was attempting to attack the Department of Mysteries. To Harry's immense relief, his godfather was not captured by the Ministry and was able to get away before he was sighted. To his immense annoyance, Lucius Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange, along with 2 other nameless Death Eaters, got away and were unmentioned. He would need to speak to the Order at some point to ask them what happened. For now, he had a week of rest before he began what was promising to be a very busy summer. There was one other event of some importance that day, the return of Professor McGonagall from St. Mungo's and her induction as headmistress at Hogwarts. With Dolores Umbridge's absence, the board wasted no time instating the deputy headmistress. Harry was quick to pay his head of house a visit in her new office, which had graciously allowed Professor McGonagall entry where it denied Dolores Umbridge. You may enter, Mr. Potter. Harry stepped into the very familiar round room to find the new headmistress seated behind her desk. She had a walking stick leaning against the side of her chair, and RRY could tell she was still nursing her delicate injuries. She was in the middle of scrawling a letter, so Harry sat patiently across from her. While she was occupied, he cast a diagnostic charm on the professor. Recognizing that he had a solution for the injury. He had needed to heal himself from similar hurts many times after training sessions with the Guardian of Power. He was hesitant to use his powers so openly, but since he'd already revealed himself to the Order, it would be surprising if the headmistress hadn't already heard some of what happened at the Ministry. Besides, he had a hard time ignoring someone in need, especially when he knew exactly what could help them. I had heard something has changed about you, Mr. Potter, she said, gazing at him above her horn-rimmed glasses in a decent imitation of Dumbledore. No eye twinkle though, perhaps he should teach her that little trick. I've been involved in a series of strange events, Harry explained with a shrug. The Department of Mysteries can do that, I hear. Specifically the Room of Time. This seemed to get her attention. She sat up a little straighter and gazed at him with a furrowed brow. Did you run afoul of one of their mad experiments? She asked in a concerned voice. I'm not sure it was an experiment more than something they were studying, he said, wondering. I certainly did run afoul of it though. I believe. The effects were rather positive all said and done. She gazed at him searchingly, her eyes seeing something within him. You're an animagus, she declared, it was not a question. I'm impressed, he said, and he genuinely was. It took a special kind of sense to be able to catch that kind of change. It wasn't something he thought he was capable of, even with the knowledge of how. I am not so out of tune that I wouldn't notice such an abrupt manifestation in one of my students, she said modestly. What exactly happened in the Room of Time, Mr. Potter? It is not just the change in your animal spirit. You are physically different. Taller, stronger, you even speak differently. Harry considered what he wanted to tell her. He hadn't asked the others to keep his secret, though he knew they would even without being asked. His sole reason for hiding it was due to the wording of the prophecy, but even if Voldemort found out he went through some change at the Department of Mysteries, nothing should change. He would underestimate Harry until he had seen his capabilities for himself. He trusted Professor McGonagall, so he decided on the truth. I fell into a different space that was outside our laws of time, he explained. I was trained there, given knowledge beyond what I had before, and taught to apply that knowledge. Professor McGonagall was not one to waste time or mince words with something she felt was important. She was obviously surprised but didn't act on it. She asked the most practical question she could think of. Do you mind giving me a demonstration? Certainly. He drew his wand in a flash and transfigured her desk into a giant tortoise. A few papers slid off its sloped back as it slowly moved away. While she stared at it in clear surprise, Harry took the opport. Unity to heal her wounds more completely. She obviously felt the magic and looked down at her body with a start. How do you feel? He asked. She stood up testingly, taking a few steps around the room. When she regained her seat she waved her wand at her retreating desk, reverting it to its original form before plopping it gently back into place. Either you are not Harry Potter at all or you are telling the truth, she decided out loud. Though Harry thought she also believed he was who he claimed. What kind of healing magic was that? He waved his wand in the air and a spell diagram appeared. In glowing letters and drawings in thin air. It explained the wand movement, incantation, effects and required intent. Healing magic is an area where much knowledge has been lost over the years, he explained. More complicated spells like this were not as easy to master as others that were equally effective in keeping someone alive. To be able to train many witches and wizards of varying levels of ability. The magic taught became more mundane and less flashy. McGonagall nodded along with him while making notes of the spell he had displayed. Another wave of his wand sent the images and text onto the piece of parchment she was writing on. Remarkable, she said surveying the page. Would you be willing to pass on some of this knowledge you have gained? Harry chuckled at the complete role reversal but agreed nonetheless. Now, Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall said cheerily. She was in a very good mood once Harry made a few more diagrams of various spells for her. I doubt you have come to my office to indulge my curiosities. What can I do for you? A few things. First, for my educational purposes, I'd like to retake my owls. I realize I just finished them but given recent events. I understand perfectly, she said, pulling out a piece of parchment. As I'm sure you know this can be done with special permission from your headmistress. I will request it with Madame Marchbanks personally. You should receive a letter to retake them at a specified date at the ministry. Is that acceptable? Harry nodded gratefully. That would be perfect, Professor, thank you. I was also wondering if I could speak to the order at some point. They seemed distrustful when they saw me at the ministry. I want to reassure them and also discuss what occurred after I left. McGonagall was thoughtful for a moment, tapping her desk absently. I will inform the order personally of what we've discussed today if that is acceptable, she said slowly. At Harry's nod and expectant look she continued. As for the latter, I'm not sure they would decide to give you the details. I myself have just been released from hospital, so I don't have the full story of what occurred. Albus gave me a brief explanation as to your involvement and that you were baited, but no more than that. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out the crystal ball within it. Has Professor Dumbledore told you what was within the Department of Mysteries? The thing the Order was guarding. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened. She knew what the small glass orb was. The implications of what Harry was saying were not lost on her either. A prophecy, she breathed. It's about you. And, is it? Before she could work herself up to it, Harry tapped the crystal ball with his wand. The eerie voice of Sybil Trelawney sounded out once more. When it was finished, Professor McGonagall looked more curious than surprised. She seemed to be making connections with various pieces of information from over the years. That was why he went after you, she mumbled to herself more than anything. Albus knows about this, I presume. It was made to him, Harry answered, returning the orb to the safety of his magically protected pocket. I would have spoken with him about it, but what with the man avoiding me all year, I can only assume the trend will continue. McGonagall pursed her lips at that. Clearly she didn't agree with the former headmaster's methods either. Speaking of Dumbledore, Harry said, I assume he will not be returning, since you've officially taken over his office. No, he is still headmaster, IWILL only be holding this position temporarily, until the ministry ceases their witch hunt, as it were. Harry watched the headmistress critically. He trusted her almost completely. There was just one small aspect of her that gave him pause. Her unwavering loyalty to Albus Dumbledore. He is a great man, of that Harry had no illusions, but he had made many grave mistakes of late. He was unsure of why Dumbledore never told him about the prophecy, but he could only assume it was to protect him in some way. As for the other, why he had never told Harry about the piece of soul in his forehead, no doubt. He was trying to relieve Harry of that burden. What gave him pause on the man was why he had never come to Harry with a solution to that problem. Harry himself already had several in mind, a few of which would be available knowledge to Dumbledore. If Harry had to guess, he would need to assume the former headmaster was planning on his sacrifice. Whether because he thought it was the only way, or because it was a powerful method of protecting magical Britain from the Dark Lord, he was unsure. Neither was appealing to Harry. He had no intention of dying. Though the method in which Voldemort said to regain his body may have equated into Dumbledore's plans. Even then, it was a rather dangerous risk to take. Professor, Harry said tentatively, there are a few things I have learned, and more. I have guessed about Voldemort and myself. I don't believe that Professor Dumbledore ever told you all he knows on the subject. Would you hear me out on this? McGonagall studied him over her horn-rimmed glasses, seemingly understanding the severity of his words. It would be an honor to hear of these secrets, but if you'll forgive me, why? Why tell me? Surely this is sensitive information if Albus has never informed the Order. Short answer is, Harry said, smiling, I trust you. And I need someone powerful to help me with something. I believe you can be that person, perhaps should be that person. McGonagall seemed convinced enough and gave him a significant nod. Very well, she said, settling back in preparation of hearing a long story. Have at it then. Harry told her much of he'd learned and what he believed Voldemort had done. His creation of at least one object called a Horcrux, in the diary that had opened the Chamber of Secrets 3 years ago, the fact that these objects held a piece of Voldemort's soul and were what held him back from dying the night he'd killed Harry's parents, the belief that he had at least 2 more, that Harry himself held a piece of Voldemort's soul within his scar. Once it was clear Harry was done, McGonagall waved her wand and a bottle of amber liquid and a single glass flew into her hands. She poured herself a stiff drink and began rubbing the bridge of her nose. Why do you believe Albus kept this a secret from all of us? She asked in a strained voice. As you said, Harry answered with a shrug, sensitive information and all that. Didn't want too many people knowing, I assume. If Voldemort found out how much Dumbledore knew. McGonagall took another long draw of her drink and filled the glass back up, ignoring Harry's amused chuckle. How is it you want me to help you? She asked seriously. With this, he answered, tapping his scar. I know how to remove it, but I can't exactly do it myself. I wanted you to help me with that. I was hoping we could get Madame Pomfrey's assistance as well. I was also going to let Hermione observe if she wanted to. The sun was beginning to fall on the horizon, a direct beam CTED with the glass of amber liquid on McGonagall's desk, sending orange distorted light against the far wall. The headmistress was inspecting Harry's scar closely, shaking her head, no doubt in rigor. To the irony that this scar was such a symbol of hope but held something so dark. You are sure we will be capable? She asked and continued when Harry nodded. I assume you will explain the method. Of course. He waved his wand and another spell diagram appeared, this one a bit longer and far more complex. Your homework, as it were. McGonagall gave Harry's amused smile a scathing glare, though the corners of her mouth did twitch. She carefully looked over the spellwork and the preparations involved for the short ritual, having Harry move the spell to parchment so she could make notes. You think you can handle it? He asked her. Certainly. It is fairly complex but not outside the realm of what I've done before. So this will transfer the soul to another object then? Yes. Destroyan. It directly is possible but more dangerous to me. Once we move it we can safely destroy it. McGonagall nodded, still looking over the parchment. Do you have an object in mind? Harry smiled wickedly. I may have already procured a picture of Dolores Umbridge from her office, he said, causing the headmistress to look up with an amused grin. I think it will be quite satisfying to destroy that along with a piece of Voldemort's soul. Single quote. Professor McGonagall leaned back and let out a full belly laugh. She wholeheartedly agreed. Harry and Hermione sat beside the Great Lake back to back. There we only a couple of days left before the Hogwarts Express would take them away from school, so Hermione was insistent that they meld as often as possible. After the initial shock of the process she found it to be immensely enjoyable. Harry did too. Her mind was always so full of questions and it was incredibly gratifying to be able to answer them in an instant. He tried the process with some of his other friends as well. With little success. It was difficult for any of them to bare their minds so openly to Harry. Ginny sat for a moment but when Harry couldn't resist teasing her about her still ongoing crush for him she had quickly reverted back to the squeaking, shy girl he'd first met back in his first year. Ron flat out refused, he didn't want Harry poking around in his mind, as it were. Neville couldn't handle the process at all, getting dizzy and disoriented until finally vomiting. Luna was the only person who had taken to melding as well as Hermione. The fourth-year Ravenclaw had a truly fascinating mind. The things that she was so adamant about believing out loud she actually had a real fear of doubting. Harry was happy to reveal that crumple-horned Snorkix were in fact real, though potentially extinct. They were a variant of a unicorn that had long hair and lived in cold, mountainous regions. Raxperts also exist, though they are not called Raxperts and are not actual living creatures but wild concentrations of magic. Her Spectre Specs were effective at seeing traces of the magic however. Harry was more than pleased to transfer the knowledge of how to create a more complete version of the specs. One thing Harry had not expected from searching through Hermione and Luna's mind was to discover what they thought of him. Ginny had made it rather obvious, her outer thoughts were consumed with her feelings for him. It had him quickly noticing just how pretty the red-haired girl had become. Hermione and Luna were more unsure of their feelings. Hermione loved him, that much was clear. He was one of the most important people in the world to her and when he found these feelings of hers he sent back his own in kind. Whether it was a love of siblings as they'd always claimed or something more. Neither was sure. There were certainly many thoughts that pointed to the latter but that was perhaps inevitable with how close they were. They had quite a few discussions through their minds on that very subject, neither were embarrassed or ashamed, just curious and open. She certainly had more upfront feelings for Ron, though there seemed to be a shift occurring. Luna was fearful. Not that she tried to hide anything or was embarrassed by what he'd see when he was melded with her. She was simply afraid of what those feelings could change. She wanted to ensue. Her feelings didn't ruin their friendship, which Harry learned she valued second only to her relationship with her father. He privately promised that no matter what happened in the future or what happened in her mind, he would always be her friend. When her traitorous mind asked if there could be something more, Harry encouraged it. Though told her he had too much to do at the moment to seriously consider who he wanted to pursue a path of love with. She understood and gave him something of a mental kiss before they moved back to the transferring of knowledge. Luna related Harry's ability to the lost diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw, a connection he had already made. They theorized that the diadem was enchanted in some way to contain Rowena Ravenclaw's knowledge, then enchanted again to use so. Mething similar to the melding to transfer that knowledge. Harry had a vague idea how he could recreate something like the diadem, but it would take a great deal of time and trial and error. Perhaps after the war. Despite it being effective in transferring information quickly one-on-one, melding was far more time-consuming than Harry had originally realized. It put into perspective how much time would have passed if he had not been in that special space when he'd learned from the Guardian of Knowledge. Currently, he was showing Hermione the process behind the ritual McGonagall had just performed on him the day before. The basis of the magic was quite different from anything that was used at Hogwarts. Soul transfer usually required a great deal of energy, a kind of payment for passage to all. How the soul to be ripped away from its current host. How Voldemort would have created a Horcrux, for example, he needed to tear his soul apart first by committing murder. Then he could direct the way W's soul into an object that was prepared to receive it, then affixing it to the object permanently. When the soul moved into Harry, it had clung to the only living thing that was in the vicinity, affixing itself as best it could on its own. It was connected to Harry, but not so strongly that it could not be removed. Essentially, the ritual was never completed. If it had been completed, then Harry would have had a great deal more trouble disposing of the parasitic soul. As it was, disconnecting it was as simple as a push from his end and a pull from McGonagall's. Once it was out and sealed in the picture of the toad. Harry retrieved the sword of Gryffindor from McGonagall's office and destroyed it. When Hermione commented that it seemed far easier than she expected, Harry pointed out that if Voldemort truly did make other Horcruxes, then he would have put powerful dark magic in place to protect them, the diary being a prime example. Playing with your mudblood girlfriend, or you, Potter? Draco Malfoy's voice said from outside their trance. Harry passed Hermione a quick message before they broke the meld. Malfoy stood sneering down at them, being flanked as usual by Crabbe and Goyle. Harry stayed seated and didn't say a word, watching in case Hermione needed him. "Can I help you, Malfoy?" she asked him calmly. She held her arms behind her back innocently, but Harry could see her WRAP hand around the wand in her back pocket. Malfoy gave Hermione a disgusted look before turning back to Harry. "Having girls fight your battles for you, Potter?" he asked, then nudged his two cronies encouragingly so they'd laugh. "I hear you spent a bit of time at the Ministry of Magic lately. Hiding like a coward and then running away. Pathetic. I'm going to have to ask you to leave, Malfoy," Hermione said in a calm voice. "If you do not, then I will force you to leave. You dare threaten me, Mud." Malfoy didn't have time to finish his sentence or finish drawing his wand. Hermione's arm came out in a sweep that sent a wide black rope around all three, wrapping them up tightly with their arms stuck to their sides. 3 simultaneous yelps later and they were on their sides, struggling against the rope. "You can tell a professor what happened if you like," Hermione said evenly. "I wouldn't mind the whole school knowing how easily I won against you 3. Another flick of her wand. And the bundle of boys began rolling up to the front door, shrieking in panic and pain all the way. Passing students pointed and laughed at the display until they disappeared inside. Hermione sat back, down behind Harry and leaned against him, but he didn't recast the meld. "It is rather effective," Hermione said thoughtfully. "No one will be able to undo it. I could teach you how, but if anyone tries and gets it wrong, more ropes will try to tie them up. There are different versions of the spell that can do a variety of things." "How long does it last?" she asked curiously. "Depends on how much power you put into it. For what you just did, about half an hour." Harry felt Hermione nod against his back, then could feel her practicing the wand movements of some other spells he'd taught her. She was getting impressively proficient at nonverbal incantations in such a short time. Hermione truly was an incredible talent. Though it did help that he'd been tutoring her so frequently. It was getting close to dinner time and they'd been at it since after breakfast. It was easy to lose track of time in that state. "What are you going to be doing this summer?" she asked. It was a question that Harry had seen in her mind often lately, though he'd never answered it and she'd never voiced it out loud until now. She knew he had something planned. First, I want to make contact with Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I want to try to convince her that Voldemort actually has returned. If I can convince her, then Voldemort can continue to operate in hiding all he wants. The part of the ministry that matters most right now would know. They could fight against him and make it seem like they think they're fighting against the Dark Lord Sirius Black or something. Hermione turned to face him, so he did the same. They were rather close, and Harry couldn't help but remember some of the thoughts she had about him and some he had shown her to ease her embarrassment. If the slight pinking of her cheeks was any indicator, Hermione was thinking something similar, but she didn't move away. "What about the trace?" she asked concernedly. "You won't be able to do magic. If the ministry catches you again, they'll snap your wand and expel you." Harry smiled mischievously at his best friend. "I was going to tell you on the train," he said conspiratorially. "I've already dispelled the trace on both of us. Figured you'd appreciate being able to practice magic on your own this summer." Hermione looked ready to squeal, but caution held her back. "Will we get in trouble for that?" she worried. "I mean, you already had a hearing last summer, and if they find out that you disabled the trace, then they might try to send you to Azkaban, or worse. Even if they don't catch you, if you—" Harry ignored the nagging in the back of his head telling him to put her lips to better use and waited for her rant to end. It might be more difficult than he thought to for all this mess with Voldemort to be done with before he thought about those romantic feelings. Order members see you casting magic, they'll be even more suspicious than they already are. "Hermione," he said, smiling. "Of course I've thought about all this. I do plan on being cautious. I won't let people know that I've disabled the trace unless it's to someone I trust. I know you'll do the same. For the ministry, as far as they'll be able to tell, the trace will still be present, it just won't activate when I use magic." Hermione let out a held breath at that, then launched at him with a hug. "Oh, thank you, Harry. I've always wanted to show my parents magic, but I'm never able to do it outside of school." Harry hugged her back, noticing the flowery scent of her shampoo. Since when has Hermione smelled so good? He thought. They both came apart a little awkwardly, giving each other a slight smile before avoiding eye contact. Again Harry was reminded that even if he'd gained a great deal of knowledge, some far more embarrassing than he was willing to admit to anyone, he was still an idiot, especially when it came to women. He got to his feet and reached a hand down to her. "Wanna get some dinner?" he suggested, realizing belatedly what his words could imply. Hermione's cheeks pinked again, but she still took his hand. "There are still some things I want to talk to you about," she said, pulling him back down. "What is it?" Hermione bit her lip, again avoiding looking him in the eye. Harry felt his heart beat a bit faster, his mind racing at what she might say. "I want to help you. In the summer, I mean." His heart fell as she said it, then he mentally kicked himself for being a fool. "I know that there'll be a lot of things you'll want to do alone, that's fine, I understand you're far beyond me at this point, but if there's ever a time you need someone to help you, for anything at all, please come ask me." Harry considered her. With the trace gone, she would be able to come with him anywhere. It might not be a bad idea to have an extra set of eyes for certain things, especially eyes with a mind as sharp as Hermione's. "Yes, maybe I could use your help," he said slowly. "But even if I don't, do you mind if I come visit you during the summer? It'd be nice not having to wait until next year. I won't really be able to visit Ron or anything, his mum would be up the wall if I suddenly apparate to the burrow." "Of course," she yelled immediately. "My parents want to meet you properly, I'm sure. Do you think you can meld with a muggle?" Yes, Hermione always had a lot of questions. It was one of the many things he liked about her. The morning they were to leave on the Hogwarts Express, Harry ventured into the Forbidden Forest under his cloak. He found Professor Umbridge in the center of a centaur camp in a small wooden cage. She was wide-eyed and skittish, her pink cardigan dirtied to a dull brown. Harry reached a disembodied hand into the cage and grabbed her roughly on her dirty cardigan before apparating to the middle of Hogsmeade, releasing her and sneaking off under his cloak toward the train station as a small crowd of locals began gathering around the blubbering woman. The journey home from Hogwarts was wholly uneventful, which was just what Harry was hoping for. He spent the quiet ride with his friends, hoping he'd have the chance to see them before summer was over. He mingled a bit to bid some of the other DA members he'd gotten close to a good summer. While wandering through the train he paused in a cabin full of Hufflepuffs and sat beside Susan Bones. The compartment only had people he was already well acquainted with from the DA, Hannah Abbott, Ernie Macmillan, Justin Finch Fletchley and Susan herself. "What's up, Harry?" the auburn-haired girl asked nervously. Harry has heard all the gossip about him around the school the past week. Apparently something happened to Harry to explain his changes. The leading theories were that he drank an aging potion or that he had finally let down the glamour he'd been using in an attempt to keep the eager witches at bay. He had never thought Susan would be one of those eager witches. But the way she was having trouble keeping her eyes from wandering down his muscular arms made him mightily suspicious. "Susan," he said, leaning in and speaking quietly, "I wanted to ask you about something a bit personal." He overtly waved his wand to cast a spell that obscured their voices. Sure, Harry," she stammered. "What do you need?" "Well, you know that I met your aunt, Madame Bones, at my trial last summer, yeah." Susan sat up a little straighter, realizing this was about something serious. "Of course," she said in a steady voice. "She was rather impressed by you actually." Weiss smiled at that, which made the girl visibly gulp. "The thing is, I need to have a conversation with her if possible. I would go see her at the ministry, but I want to keep it a secret from everyone who wants my head, you know." "I can understand that," she said seriously. "I know their treatment of you hasn't exactly been fair." Her eyes darted down to the scars on the back of his left hand. Harry pulled out a piece of parchment and handed it to her. "If you don't want to help me out, I completely understand, but if you can, I'd like to meet with you over the summer." "Do you think you can meet me then and there?" he asked, indicating the parchment. "Whether your aunt is with you or not is fine. We could organize another meeting after that if you like. If this is too much as it is or you want to meet me somewhere you're more comfortable with, I can do that too." Susan surveyed the paper, a thoughtful look on her face. "Where is it?" she asked without looking up. "A Muggle restaurant. Again, I know it's sudden. And with the times." "I'll come," she interrupted, looking resolute. "I'll try to get my aunt to come, but if she's busy we can make other plans." "Is that good?" Harry beamed. "It means a lot, you know. If you change your mind I'll understand." "Of course, Harry," she said, smiling back. "You really helped us all out this year with the DA. We'd have been cooked for our owl without you." As Harry was about to go, one more thing occurred to him. "I hate to ask this of you," he said, grimacing slightly, "but can you keep it quiet from the others?" He gestured subtly to the rest of the compartment. "It's not that I don't trust them. Like I said, I don't want people knowing I'm meeting your aunt." Susan nodded emphatically. "Of course." She paused and scrunched up her face in thought. "What should I tell them, you think?" Inspiration struck and he leaned in a little closer, giving her a conspiratorial grin. "Just tell them I invited you to a restaurant this summer," he said, winking. "I'm sure they can figure out the rest." Before the blushing girl could respond, Harry planted a lingering kiss on her cheek and left the compartment. He paused in the aisle for a moment until he heard a very gleeful Hannah Abbott squeal, then returned to his friends, musing to himself the entire way that Susan Bones was quite pretty and perhaps there was more than one reason he wouldn't mind taking her out for lunch. Harry arrived back at Privet Drive as if everything was normal, but had no plans of staying. Dumbledore had yet to contact him about what was happening with the ORDER or to mention anything about the ministry or anything else for that matter. A big part of him wanted to go to Grimmauld Place to ease serious mistrust and get an explanation as to what else happened. But he didn't want to overcomplicate things once they found out about the lack of trace. He was putting his hand in with Amelia Bones, not the Order of the Phoenix. Ron and Ginny would be passing on a piece of what had happened to Harry along to their parents anyway, leaving out the most important bits. The first day of the holiday, Harry left under his invisibility cloak and went straight to Gringotts to organize his funds. After converting a large portion to pounds, he went to a Muggle bank to open an account, receiving a credit card. Harry only went back to Privet Drive long enough to tell his relatives he would be leaving for the rest of the summer and to expect him to come back after next school year. They weren't displeased to see him go, but still raised a bit of a fuss for inconveniencing them in the first place. His next destination was a Muggle hotel across the street from where he planned to meet Susan the next day. He spent the rest of the afternoon creating a pensive From ingredients he purchased at Diagon Alley earlier, then ate at the restaurant across the street. It was a busy establishment, large windows, bright lights and waiting staff bustling every which way. It wasn't the type of place people would expect one to meet to discuss returned Dark Lords, which was exactly why it was perfect. After finishing his light meal he retired for the evening to his hotel room. Looking forward to returning the next afternoon. He arrived at the restaurant early and already felt the presence of a witch who was sitting at the booth he'd planned on taking in the far corner. The spot had a clear view of the rest of the restaurant and was right next to an emergency exit. He moved immediately to the witch and sat down at her table without saying a word. She was middle-aged, her graying black hair done up in a tight bun, wearing a simple beige business suit as any muggle might on a Monday afternoon while eating lunch out. He casually ordered a drink when the waiter SS turned up and only then looked to the undercover Auror. "What? No, Watcher Harry?" he queried, receiving a gobsmacked expression in return. "How did you?" Nymphadora Tonks tried, but trailed off at his satisfied smirk. "Bloody hell, what has happened to you? Making portkeys, turning full-grown fully trained wizards into galleons, marking me. No one marks me. You've got the order confused as all get out. Speaking of which," Harry said quietly and leaning in, "does Bones know you're in the order?" Tonks paled significantly and looked to the doorway to make sure they weren't about to be interrupted. "Not exactly," she said shiftily. "Keep it that way, yeah." Harry nodded absently and checked his watch. "I could keep it that way. Think you can keep this quiet though? I'm about to tell Nes some things that Dumbledore might not appreciate." Tonks narrowed her eyes at him. He could tell she was debating bringing him into the order and abandoning the meeting. But to do that to Harry Potter in broad daylight with the head of the DMLE on her way, who also happened to be her boss and who stationed her here, didn't seem like the brightest idea. Not to mention, she'd seen what he did to Moody. It would be foolish to underestimate Harry Potter at this point. "Fine," she lied. "You're lying," he accused casually. "I can make it so you don't exactly have a choice in the matter, you know." Tonks' eyes somehow got even more narrow and a sneer appeared on her lips. "You're out of school and a kid," she pointed out scathingly. "Who says I need magic? While I'd rather not be found out by the order quite so soon. Not being safely tucked away at Privet Drive and all, it would only be a minor inconvenience. So you have three choices." She scoffed but remained quiet. "First, trust me and keep it from them for now." He counted it off on a finger. "I'll be making an appearance at Grimmauld Place soon regardless. Second, lie to me and have me tell your boss you're moonlighting. Third, just sit at another table and observe us from there." She stared at him, shaking her head slightly at the completely different Harry Potter from what she remembered. He was a reserved, shy kid who she'd been able to fluster quite easily. Not a cunning little prat who thought he held all the cards. "And why should I trust you?" she questioned in frustration. "Because of this." Harry pulled out a all-glass orb from the pouch tied to his belt and tapped it with his wand. He had already applied a silencing charm around them the second the waitress left. As Tonks listened to the prophecy, her eyes widened dramatically. Once it finished, her eyes darted back and forth, making the same connections McGonagall had when he showed her. "Yes, this is what you were guarding. Yes, this is why my parents died, and yes, it is about Voldemort and I," he rattled off quickly. "Now please, trust me, Tonks. I'm here to help make things better. I have a plan." Tonks ran her hands through her suddenly bubblegum pink hair, which reverted back to the black bun once she finished the motion, though with significantly more gray. After a tremulous inner battle she came to a decision. "Fine, but it won't be easy. Dumbledore knows when you're lying to him, you know." Harry nodded in understanding and removed the silencing spell as he felt others with magic approaching. "It won't be for long, I promise," he said with a small smile. "Now look sharp and properly annoyed for being caught. Your boss is here." Tonks sat up straight and looked to the door. Sure enough, another Auror walked in ahead of Amelia Bones. The Auror only glanced at Harry and Tonks for a moment before he veered off and sat at a table near the door. Madame Bones walked straight to them. Susan was notably absent. "Mr. Potter," she said in greeting. Barely sparing Tonks a glance, "To what do I owe this pleasure?" Harry stood up from his chair and shook her hand firmly. "Quite a lot to talk about actually. Before we start, Nymphadora too. NKS here is a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Harry. Tonks gasped in shock. Told you not to lie, he said, shrugging, then looked back to Madame Bones, who had little reaction to the news. You already knew. She took the seat next to a seething Tonks and regarded Harry curiously. I had my suspicions, she admitted. I have little problem with the Order. They've been helpful in some regard. My problem with them is their penchant for secrecy. Harry nodded in understanding. He felt the same way toward the Order, though his main issue was with Dumbledore. The man had a habit of wanting to control Harry. A habit Harry wished he would break. No Susan? He asked. I was hoping to see her again. Amelia smirked knowingly at the boy but shook her head. It was a rather suspicious meeting, to be honest. She paused to order a drink before continuing. Not something I'd want to drag my niece to without knowing what it was about. I understand, Harry said. Let me get down to business then. He was about to put up his own privacy wards but was spared the need when Amelia did it first. I have 3 things I want to tell you about. First, I want to provide you with proof of Voldemort's return. This was the first thing that got a real reaction from the head of the DMLE. Her eyes widened remarkably for a moment, her monocle falling with the motion. She glanced about them to ensure her wards were in place before turning her attention back to Harry. Proof? She asked quickly. I admit I have had my doubts of his return, but if you have proof that can make a world of difference. Harry drew a file with a silvery substance from inside a pouch tied to his belt and placed it on the table. That is my memory from the night of the 3rd task of the Triwizard Tournament and what happened afterward. When Cedric Diggory was murdered, and when Voldemort made his return. The director picked up the file carefully, inspecting it with something close to fear. A pensieve, she muttered. I have one in my hotel room across the street, he said, then looked to Tonks. A place I will be vacating after this meeting. Tonks gave a barely recognizable nod, her eyes also locked on the file in her boss's hand. The second thing, Harry continued, breaking the two out of their thoughts, is to declare the innocence of my godfather, Sirius Black. What? Madame Bones asked in shock. You claim he is innocent. He is the one who betrayed your parents and murdered a dozen muggles and his friend. No, he was never my parents' secret keeper, Peter Pettigrew was. Pettigrew was. He was not killed that day. Harry cut in firmly. He just made it look like he had been, killing the muggles in the process. He is an unregistered animagus, his form is a rat. He is also in that memory there. He pointed at the silver file still in Madame Bones' hand, providing Voldemort with a new body through a ritual. Madame Bones seemed a bit lost at this point. She pulled her wand out and conjured a sheet of muggle paper and a fountain pen, jotting down notes, repairing and replacing her monocle in the process. Harry didn't wait for her to finish, however. The third thing I want to tell you about is this. He pulled out the crystal ball for the second time at that table and tapped his wand to it. After a great many questions and repeating the prophecy several more times, Madame Bones sat back looking somewhat excited. She used to be an Auror after all, she missed these kinds of breakthroughs in a case. So let's say he is back, seeing as I doubt you're lying about this, Madame Bones said. Inspecting the memory closely. What are your expectations from this meeting? Honestly, Harry said, running a hand through his hair. I wanted you to be informed to prevent as much loss of life as possible. I already have a plan in place for destroying him. It's the collateral damage I'm worried about. Both women looked at him with identical cocked eyebrows. What do you mean you have a plan in place? Tonks asked him in disbelief. You're 15. Harry just laughed and stood up from the table. Come, I'm guessing you'll want to view the memory before you leave. The hotel room was dead quiet after they viewed the memory. Tonks sat in an armchair with her head in her hands. Apparently she knew Cedric Diggory personally and insisted on being able to see the memory as well. Elia Bones was on the edge of one of the hotel beds looking out the window. Harry had opted to stay out of the memory, living through it once was enough. While they were viewing it he had a short chat with the other Auror that Amelia had brought, a burly man named Gawain Robards. Apparently he was of the opinion before the meeting that Harry and Dumbledore were full of shite, like most of the wizarding world. His opinion was changing now that he saw the reactions of his 2 co-workers. That was a terrible thing you had to go through, Mr. Potter, Amelia Bones said in a sturdy voice. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. I want your permission to borrow this memory and your pensieve. I want to make this known. Harry considered her for a moment. He didn't agree that it would be the best course of action to save as many lives as possible, though Voldemort would need to come out into the open for Harry to get the chance to face him. It might be inevitable. If that's what you think is best, he said slowly. My original plan was to fight him from the shadows, but I can see how that can backfire too. I just don't want him making any big moves that'll cause more death if we can help it. Amelia stood and stored the memory into the file. Too much corruption, I think, she said with a sneer. Even my own department is most likely compromised. It'll be easier to move if we're all on the same page. Harry nodded in acceptance. You said you will be checking out from here, Mr. Potter, she said suddenly. Do you have a place to stay? Harry regarded her suspiciously, but answered with the truth. Not at the moment, no. Would you like to stay with me? She asked easily. Susan would be able to visit. I know she has been raving about you in all her letters. Harry was quite taken aback. He had expected some attempt to keep an eye on him, but staying in her home was a step further than he'd anticipated. In all honesty, there was an appeal to it though. This was the person he decided to put his trust in. It may have been on a whim and upon hearing she was a good person in a position of power, but he had still made the decision. It wouldn't be such a bad idea to go all in, would it? Provided he was free to do what he needed. You honestly wouldn't mind that? He asked hesitantly. Wouldn't I be a burden to you, or even your family? I live alone, she said with a knowing smile. You would be free to come and go as you please, so long as you stay safe. No one would expect you to be there after all. Yes, he said immediately. If you'll have me, that would be wonderful. He glanced over at Tonks, who looked concerned. Tell the Order what you want, he said dismissively, but remember that this is my life, not Albus Dumbledore's. Tonks grimaced a bit but didn't argue. Though she had stopped arguing pretty quickly after her boss arrived. Maddie. Madam Bones cried, and a very straight-postured house elf appeared beside her. The elf wore a clean white pillowcase and had a general air of pompousness about it. Harry hadn't seen many house elves look down on a witch or wizard, but this one could certainly pull it off. Though Creature would give this new elf a run for her money in that regard. At least Maddie didn't look particularly mean. Yes, mistress. The house elf called Maddie said in a squeaky drawl. Please take this back home, Madam Bones said, handing her the pensieve. And prepare the guest room, we'll be entertaining a visitor for a little while. Certainly, mistress, the elf said primly while balancing the large pensieve on its head. With a small snap, it was gone. Well then, Madam Bones said to Harry, are you all set? Yeah, I am, Harry said as the austere woman held out her arm. Harry grasped it firmly in preparation to apparate. Tonks, Robards. That'll be all, she said, then turned on the spot. They landed on the walkway to a rather large house of gray and white. Without preamble, Madam Bones led Harry up a few stone steps and into the front door. It was a bright home with large windows and high ceilings. Amelia showed Harry into the sitting room and asked him to wait a moment. She disappeared through the floor and Harry was left alone. The whole house was very clean, which didn't surprise Harry after meeting the house elf earlier. The room he sat in had a rich feel to it, the furniture and fixtures were highly decorative with many embellished carvings and patterns into wood, stone and upholstery, making everything seem quite expensive. He supposed someone in Madam Bones' position, as well as being from a pureblood family, was quite well off. After a few minutes, the flow lit up again and a familiar auburn-haired girl stepped out. Harry. Susan cried excitedly. It's so good to see you here. You too, Susan, he said, smiling. Can't say I expected to be here when I talked to you on the train. The flow came to life again and Amelia Bones appeared. Susan was quite cross with me for not allowing her to come to the meeting. Madam Bones explained, grinning at her niece. I hope you don't mind her showing you around. I really should be getting back to work. Harry laughed at the silent exchange between aunt and niece as Susan glared warningly and Amelia rolled her eyes. Not at all, he said easily. I don't usually get to spend enough time with Susan at school. Just be sure to be a gentleman about it, Amelia said, giving her niece a wicked grin and a wink before leaving for the ministry. Ah, just ignore her, Susan said, hopping onto the couch next to Harry. So what did you want to talk to her about? Harry ran a hand through his hair and let out a shaky laugh. I don't mind telling you. You'll likely read about it in tomorrow's Prophet anyway. Just know it's not a happy topic, okay? Susan agreed, her mood turning somber. Harry proceeded to tell her everything he'd told her aunt. From the prophecy to his godfather to the night Voldemort returned. She was in tears. When he told her that her aunt had witnessed the memory where Cedric was killed and Harry gave her a hug to help calm her. I'm sorry, I know it was a year ago and all that, she said, still sniffing. He was just such a good friend to all of us in Hufflepuff. A real leader, you know. I do, Harry answered. I may not have known him that well but we were definitely friends. We helped each other more than once in the tournament. I wouldn't have gotten through the second task without him. They reminisced a bit about their lost friend until Susan asked if he wanted to be shown around. After a full tour of the spacious home, they ended up in the room Harry would be staying in. Susan sat on a desk chair with her feet up on the bed while Harry organized his clothes. So what happened to you anyway? Susan asked suddenly. What do you mean? He questioned back, though he had a good idea of what she meant. Susan walked up to him, standing at her full height. She placed a hand on the top of her head and moved it straight where it landed at Harry's upper chest. Well, you grew like a foot. She reached out and ran a hand along his arms that his t-shirt didn't cover. You're super fit. Then she fixed her eyes on his face. And you even look different. It all happened after you left the History of Magic Owl because you weren't feeling well. Harry looked at himself in a mirror on the sea wall and took note of her observations. Short answer. He said. Potions and training. Long answer. He turned away from her and let out a long sigh before sitting on the bed. I was treated pretty badly while I was young. My mum's relatives hate magical people so they treated me like garbage. Didn't get fed as much as a young kid should, stunted my growth. I took potions to counter that. Susan looked at him with a furrowed brow. But, she tried but failed to find the words at first, but you're Harry Potter. Harry arched an eyebrow and looked at himself in the mirror again. So I am, he said dryly. What's your point? You saved everyone, she said incredulously. Everybody loves you. Why were you with people who hated you? Harry pulled out his wand and pointed it at her. It was a mark of how much she trusted him that she didn't even flinch. What did you do? She asked in concern. Didn't you get a full trial for doing magic outside of school last summer? I took off your trace, he explained with a grin. Disabled it anyway, mine's already gone. At her shocked look he gestured her to the bed. Sit down on the bed, I'll sit with my back to you. I have a method to tell you everything. It'll be quicker and will make much more sense in the end. She nodded slowly and did what he asked. Once they were in position she decided to tease him a bit. You know, my aunt used to warn me about boys like you. She mock-scolded. Only interested in getting me into bed. Well, you are very pretty, Susan, he teased back, but I don't know how I'm supposed to even kiss you from this position. After her girlish giggle, Harry began his explanation. Before I start, I need you to know what this will do. It is a kind of magic called melding. Our minds will enter a mutual state. This does a few things. The main purpose is it allows me to transfer knowledge to your mind directly. I'll warn you that it's a bit strange at first, but I can tell that you'll be able to handle it. Single quote. The second thing it does is it allows me to view your mind completely. This is the place that you would probably wish for me not to do this. Any surface thoughts you have go directly to me. I can also delve deeper into your mind, but I would only do that with your permission. Third, I can, if I choose, open my mind to you and let you delve where I allow you. Does this make any sense to you? Susan shook her head slowly. No, she answered, it seems like a lie to be honest, but I trust you for some reason. What do you mean by surface thoughts? Well, let's say a thought crosses your mind like, Harry Potter is so cute I wish he'd kiss me, which I assume you have almost constantly. Susan snorted in laughter then broke out into a bubbly giggle. And what if I did actually have that thought? She asked curiously, still giggling. Then I would tease you relentlessly, he said, a smile in his voice. Or just enough to hear your laugh again. But know that it can go the other way too. If you think, for example, Harry is so bloody full of himself, I hate him, then I would hear that too. Understand? Yes, I think I do, she answered honestly. I'm willing to try, just don't judge me too harshly. Never, he answered vehemently. Thoughts are a difficult thing to control, especially when you're aware someone is watching them. Now lean your head back against mine and close your eyes. Susan did as he asked and they melded. As he had expected, she handled the process rather well. After getting the initial teasing out of the way about how she wanted to see the rest of his fit body and helping her to organize her mind the way the Guardian had shown him, he began transferring the knowledge of what happened to him in the Department of Mysteries. As he learned with Hermione and Luna, he could actually transfer memories to a person that they could access in their mind. She was utterly amazed at what Harry had gone through. He showed her some of the latter training sessions he'd had with the Guardian of Power and then the results at the Ministry after he left. So you went there because Voldemort implanted a false vision of your godfather? Susan asked once they broke off the meld later. Yes, the vision is what made me leave the exam the way I did, Harry explained. I was desperate at the time, but in hindsight it was incredibly foolish. I basically dragged my friends to a place I thought Voldemort was. I was just asking for him to kill them. Susan looked at him sadly before pulling him into a hug. But they didn't die, she said gently. You saved them in the end. Harry couldn't stop himself from registering how good she smelled and was brought to a particular thought Susan had while they were in the meld. Maybe he should stop melding with so many beautiful girls. His restraint was waning. Well, I'm a different person now, he said, pulling away. I won't do something that foolish again. The two of them made their way down to the dining room to have some dinner that Maddie made and chatted a bit more about Harry's plans for the summer. Madame Bones arrived home shortly into their meal. Amelia was a very busy woman that day. Fudge had been convinced, along with the rest of the Ministry, that Voldemort truly had returned. The first action they took was the arrest of Lucius Malfoy, as he was present at the graveyard the night of Voldemort's resurrection. Fudge was planning to step down as minister and it looked like Amelia herself would probably be elected next. Harry couldn't argue with the results of Amelia's choice to let the world know the truth. He made the decision to take the honest approach from then on, instead of hiding behind secrets like Dumbledore. Amelia was fascinated with the story of what happened to Harry, though rather skeptical of the details. When he gave her a demonstration of what he could do magically, she had grudgingly admitted it was the most logical explanation. Though she did give him a rather long lecture for Brea King wizarding law and performing underage magic. She thankfully saw the reasoning behind it though and did not push the issue. Once Susan left, Harry told her about the Horcruxes that had kept Voldemort alive. This was an incredibly worrying revelation for the head of the DMLE. And you have no idea if he has more? She asked. I don't know how many, he explained, but I'm fairly certain he has more. You heard him at the graveyard, who have gone further than anybody down the path that leads to immortality. Others have made Horcruxes before. I don't know how many he's made, but it seems to be a significant number. Amelia went for her cupboard and pulled out a similar amber liquid he saw McGonagall with a week ago. What can be done then? She asked helplessly. If he can't be destroyed. I plan on delving into his mind to find where they all are, Harry said calmly. What? Amelia snapped, jumping to her feet. Do you realize who you are talking about? Even if you have gained mobility through this thing you encountered, how do you plan on invading the mind of the most powerful wizard on the planet? Harry's eyes suddenly flashed dangerously. In a second Amelia Bones had drawn her wand in surprise only to have it fly out of her hand. She backed away against the wall as Harry advanced. He placed his hand against her forehead gently and locked eyes with her. I won't hurt you, Amelia, he said calmly. But I need you to know what I'm capable of. She couldn't look away from his green eyes, they seemed to glow with power. In a flash, the feeling was gone and she was looking at the same Harry Potter who she'd met with at the restaurant earlier in the day. Really? He asked her somewhat incredulously. Gray. Whose favorite color is gray? Madame Bones blinked owlishly, then glared at the boy, pointing an angry finger at him. You did all that, she ground out, poking Harry in the chest with every word, just to search my mind for my favorite color. Yes, Harry said, smiling slightly. Didn't want to invade your privacy for anything you didn't want me to see. Amelia turned in a huff and grabbed her wand, casting a spell idly at Harry. He allowed it and found he was hanging in the air from his ankle. Sorry, he said belatedly. Didn't mean to upset you. Amelia smacked him backside the head and walked out of the room. Harry hung there, spinning from when he was hit, wondering when it would be acceptable to dispel the spell so Amelia Bones wouldn't be mad at him. The next morning the prophet arrived before Amelia left for work. The front page was an image from Harry's own memory of the revived Lord Voldemort. The director for the DMLE was busier than ever, working late, organizing her orders and building her support for the election as the new minister. Harry on the other hand had very little to do. Living with Amelia Bones was much like living alone in many ways. At least it would be if Susan didn't visit every single day. It was an excellent change. The summers he was used to were lonely and boring. Susan and him stayed in and melded quite often, but they would also go out occasionally during the day. On this day in particular, the two of them made their way to visit Hermione Granger, apparating just outside her front door. "Harry!" Hermione cried, pulling him into a hug when she opened the door. "I can't believe you're here. My parents are at work right now but, Susan." Susan Bones stood behind Harry smiling big and waving at the bushy-haired Gryffindor. "Hey, Hermione," she said. "Hope you don't mind me tagging along." Hermione looked to Harry in confusion then back to Susan. "I don't mind at all, it's good to see you," she said, brow furrowed, "but what's going on? Why are you two?" "I'm living with her aunt," Harry explained and understanding dawned on Hermione's face. "Oh, of course," she said, ushering them inside. "I saw the prophet the other day, Harry, you did it. Are you working with Amelia Bones then?" "Sort of," Harry said, looking around the nice, clean home. "I gave her the information, as you know. I was living out of hotels so she decided to let me stay with her. It's been nice actually, she's an impressive witch. And I always pop in to keep him company," Susan said as she looked at the strange black box in Hermione's living room. "So he doesn't get bored. And so I don't get bored." Harry spent the next little bit catching Hermione up on what he'd done the last week. "I'm glad to see you, Harry, but I was hoping to meld with you a bit," she said quietly, glancing at Susan. "I was doing some research on the soul ritual you did and I wanted to run a few things by you." Susan jumped back about a foot when Harry turned on the TV she was regarding curiously. "What is it?" she asked in awe. "It's a television," Hermione said, laughing. "It plays videos for people's entertainment." Harry watched Susan in amusement, she was certainly enthralled by the strange device. "Why don't we put on a movie for Susan?" Harry laughed. "She'll be entertained and we can meld a bit." Susan sat transfixed, watching Goldeneye while Harry and Hermione melded. Immediately Harry caught a few outer thoughts that she was trying to hide. "Nothing like that is happening with Susan and me, Hermione," he reassured her. "I didn't really think so," she mumbled. "I'm allowed to be a little jealous though, aren't I?" "No," he said playfully. "You'll always be one of my most important people. No need to be jealous." "And what if I want to kiss you but you're kissing Susan?" she asked boldly. "Am I allowed to be jealous then?" "I didn't realize you wanted to kiss me, Hermione." "Of course you did," Hermione pointed out. "And I don't mind that, you know, you're in my head after all." "Enough flirting," Harry laughed. "Ask me a question. I've missed your questions." So she did, many questions, and when Susan interrupted them to say Hermione's parents were home, Harry found himself wishing he were with her in a space where time didn't matter. Mr. and Mrs. Granger were very excited to finally have a conversation with the boy who had occupied the majority of Hermione's letters and stories from her time at Hogwarts. They were also interested in Susan's lack of knowledge of the Muggle world and what it was like to be raised as purely magical. It was a nice evening but too soon it was getting late. After a lingering goodbye, Harry apparated himself and Susan back to Amelia's house. He immediately knew something was wrong. He apparated back to the Grangers' living room immediately, much to the surprise of the family. "Harry," Hermione asked, "what's wrong?" "Not sure yet," he answered darkly. "Stay here, Susan, I'll come get you later." "Harry, I don't understand," Susan said, her voice trembling. "What did you see?" Harry pulled his invisibility cloak half over himself and gave her a significant look. "I think your aunt is under attack." With that, he disapparated, leaving the Grangers and Susan to worry. Harry appeared under his invisibility cloak and moved swiftly into the home. There was no dark mark so he was hopefully not too late. He moved silently through the house, and Oating that there were 11 people who shouldn't be there. One of them being Voldemort himself. My lord, a voice Harry recognized as Bellatrix Lestrange spoke. She's locked herself inside this room. There are some powerful enchantments on the door. No matter, Voldemort's High Cold has said. I will break them, and she will be dead. Harry pointed his wand at the floor and swiped it along the wood. Immediately the hardwood floor transfigured into long thick chains and attempted to wrap up the 11 in the upper hall. Shouts of shock greeted him as he rounded the corner and shot a powerful wide area stunner into the hall. There were 10 bound and stunned bodies on the ground and one enraged Dark Lord eyeing the space where Harry stood. Show yourself, coward, Voldemort snapped. Ry dropped his cloak to the floor and Voldemort's eyes went wide. They stood in a long hallway with 10 bound bodies between them. Harry could see the door where Amelia was surely hiding behind. The enchantments were blocking his sensory spells so he couldn't tell if she was alright. He took some solace in the fact Voldemort thought she was still alive. He would have to make this quick so it would stay that way. Not sure if 11 on 1 should be considered brave, Harry said scathingly. But then again, bravery has never been one of your strong points, Tom. Voldemort's face changed into a triumphant sneer. Harry Potter, he said quietly, how unexpected, for you to walk into your death. How foolish. Harry let out a low dark chuckle. Then suddenly his wand snapped up, launching a disarming spell at Voldemort. The man shielded against it but looked fairly surprised. You are alone, he said, sounding almost confused. Was all this your magic, Harry Potter? He gestured to his fallen Death Eaters. You seem to have changed quite a bit since last we met. Perhaps it was with good reason after all why so many of my Death Eaters failed so badly in the Department of Mysteries. While Voldemort was talking, Harry had been muttering a long incantation under his breath, his mouth hidden by his outstretched arm. A quick downward slash and the wand in Voldemort's hand shattered to thousands of pieces. What is this? Voldemort screamed in a panic. What magic is this? A series of spells later and Voldemort was floating midair, arms and legs spread apart, unable to hear, speak or move. As Harry walked toward the Dark Lord he sent a Patronus into the room Amelia was locked in and told her it was safe. The door opened slowly and Harry saw that she was injured, looking around at the scene in shock. You're hurt, he said, and waved his wand over her. Give me a moment. He ran his wand up and down her cut open side and badly bruised shoulder, the wounds healing quickly. Elia seemed to still be coming out of her surprise, shaking her head and letting out a quick breath. Call your Aurors, Harry said, turning back to Voldemort and putting his palm against the Dark Lord's forehead. This may take a while. He moved in close to stare into the evil man's disgusting red eyes, delving into his mind and shattering his mental barriers like they were nothing. One by one he picked out the pieces of information he was looking for, each individual Horcrux, how they were protected, what enchantments were upon them. The full range of Voldemort's plans, who his followers were, who backed him in other ways. Murders he has committed or others have in his name, locations of any prisoners, anything he could find. Then he left the dark twisted mind with a gasp, struggling to catch his breath. Amelia was on him in a moment, holding him up from falling over. Well, Harry said in a thick voice, that wasn't exactly pleasant. He saw that a great deal of time must have passed. In the hallway there were a large number of Aurors, wands all trained on Voldemort. The bound Death Eaters had already been taken. Did you find everything? Amelia asked, not wanting to give the details. Yes, Harry said, then reached into the pouch he kept on his belt and pulled out a purple potion. Drink up, Tom. He tipped the potion into Voldemort's mouth and the Dark Lord's eyes glazed over. Draught of the living death. Harry explained at Amelia's questioning look. I suppose now I need to go hunting, it promises to be annoying. Harry took in some of the faces of the Aurors that were around them. He recognized Kingsley Shacklebolt and Hestia Jones from the Order. Gawain Robards was there as well. What were you thinking of doing with the body? He asked Amelia. I was planning to toss it through the Veil of Death. Actually, she said, looking over the sleeping form of the most feared wizard in the history of magical Britain. I thought I was dead tonight, Harry. You saved my life, not to mention countless other lives by stopping him. Harry let out a humorless laugh. It's been quite the eventful week, hasn't it? Casting a few quick spells, a stack of parchment appeared in midair, covered in writing. He caught it and handed it to Amelia. "This is what I learned in his mind," he said. "Everything you'll need to wrap all this up." Then he turned to Kingsley and Hestia. "Has Dumbledore been in contact with the Order at all?" They regarded each other nervously, then caught Amelia's hard look and grimaced. "A bit," Kingsley answered in his deep voice. "He's been busy working on something though, wouldn't say what." Harry ran a hand through his hair. Dumbledore surely knew about the Horcruxes. Hopefully he didn't do anything foolish. He turned back to Amelia. "I'll come with you to the Vale before I get to work." Amelia nodded and ordered her Aurors back to the Ministry. Harry took Voldemort's body himself and apparated to the atrium at the Ministry of Magic with the rest of them. There were already a few reporters there who photographed the procession, but when they saw who they had captive there were no questions. They were far too afraid of the Dark Lord's presence. Even in the state he was in. They made their way down to the Department of Mysteries and Harry sent the body through the veil. It was a rather anticlimactic end. "Will you need any help with the hunt?" Amelia asked as they were heading back up the lift. "No, I think I'll be all right on my own," Harry said. "There is one complication though. One of them is in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. We either need permission from the goblins to retrieve it or I'll have to break in." Amelia gave him a look that said, "You better not talk about breaking any more laws in my presence." Single quote. "I will start communications with the goblins," she said. "It's not unheard of that they allow our department entry in extreme cases." More people must have gotten word of what was going on because as they reached the atrium again the hall was packed with reporters and spectators. Bulbs flashed blindingly throughout the atrium as questions were shouted out from every direction. "I will not be talking any of your questions at this time, but I will give a short statement," Amelia called to the suddenly silent press. "Tonight, my home was attacked by the Dark Lord Voldemort and a large group of Death Eaters. He was not aware that Harry Potter was staying in my home. Harry captured 10 Death Eaters and the Dark Lord Voldemort single-handed. The Death Eaters are in custody and Voldemort has been round through the Veil of Death so he can never return." Once it was clear she finished speaking, the sound level from the reporters exploded. They were shouting questions at her and Harry. The Aurors surrounding them closed in tighter around him and Amelia, blocking them from the eager crowd. "You could have lied and said there was a battalion of Aurors waiting to ambush them at least," Harry said dryly. Amelia smirked at him and let out a simpering laugh. "Haven't you learned by now that I believe in honesty above all else?" Harry arrived at Grimmauld Place to the unmistakable sounds of a party. And the screeching wails of Walburga Black, apparently unnoticed to the ones enjoying themselves downstairs. Harry pointed his wand at the painting and it silenced immediately, putting her hands over her mouth in confusion and rage as no sound escaped her. He walked down the stairs slowly. Through the sound of the gathering he noticed something dark and disturbing, something he recognized immediately as a fragment of Voldemort's soul. The second he entered the basement he was assaulted by drunk Weasleys and a very inebriated Sirius Black. "Harry, you old dog," Sirius slurred, slapping him happily on the back. "You bloody powerful twit, how'd you go and do in that moldy bastard anyway?" He was receiving similar praise from other members of the Order present. Ron was there as well, trying to get his attention and asking him what happened. Harry pulled his wand out and shoved everyone to the side of the room, listening to the disturbing voice that was coming from a cupboard by the boiler. He silenced everything else in the room and moved slowly to the source of the dark magic. Throwing open the cupboard he saw the Slytherin locket lying in a crude nest of sorts that he knew belonged to Creature. He floated the makeshift bed out with the locket resting in it and spoke to Sirius, once canceling the silencing charm he'd put on them. "Sirius," he said in a voice that broke no argument. "Call Creature, now." Sirius only hesitated a moment before he complied. "Creature." The grumpy old elf appeared in front of him, muttering under his breath. "What does the nasty master wants with poor old Creature?" he asked, followed by a string of curses and slurs. "Creature," Harry said seriously, "where did you get this locket?" The elf's eyes widened in alarm as it moved to try to grab the locket, but Sirius reacted first. "Creature, don't move," he yelled quickly. "Answer Harry's question." Creature fought to disobey, grinding his teeth and beating his fists against his mouth, but he was compelled to respond. "Master Regulus gave that to Creature to destroy it," the elf said as he broke down into sobs. "The night that Master Regulus died to the dead things in the water he ordered Creature But Creature tried everything he knew and nothing could destroy the locket. Creature failed his noble master. As the elf started banging his head against the wall, Harry floated the locket in the air and devoured it with a gout of fiendfire in the shape of a lion before snuffing the spell out. The locket turned to black ash and crumbled to the ground. The locket is destroyed, Creature, Harry said with a sigh. Stop beating yourself up. The elf looked in awe at the destroyed locket, then started a strange celebration in the ashes, rolling around in them and laughing madly. What the bloody hell was that, Harry? Ron asked into the silence that fell once Creature had popped away. Not important anymore, Harry said. Where's Dumbledore? The group all looked at each other, but it was Mr. Weasley that answered. We don't know, he said slowly. What's going on, Harry? Voldemort is dead, isn't he? Harry gave a noncommittal shrug. Sort of, but there are still pieces of him about, if that makes any sense to you. That locket was one of them. He started leaving the room but was being called back by the confused crowd. You lot keep having fun, he said, smiling. I still have a few more things I need to do before I let myself relax. I'll try to join the party later. His next stop was Hogwarts. Apparating into Hogsmeade, he checked the Marauder's map. To his surprise, Dumbledore was with McGonagall and Snape in the headmistress' office. He sent a Patronus message up to them and entered the castle. The gargoyle was already moved aside when he arrived. As he passed, it jumped back in the way and Harry ascended the moving spiral stairs. He entered without knocking and was surprised by the scene. Dumbledore was sitting on a chair, a blackened arm on the desk, Snape running his wand back and forth along the injury. What happened? Harry asked, then caught sight of the ring on Dumbledore's finger. You put it on. Potter, Snape sneered, still concentrating on his work. Do be quiet. Not wanting to argue with Snape, he glued his tongue to the roof of his mouth and tied him up in ordinary rope, letting him fall to the floor, then taking his place at Dumbledore's side. The Horcrux was cursed, as you no doubt have noticed, Harry said dryly. I'm guessing you managed to stop it from killing you by cutting off the flow of magic to your arm. Dumbledore looked at Harry with very tired old eyes, but didn't say anything. I'm surprised at you, Dumbledore, Harry said with a disappointed shake of his head. I thought you to be above such compulsion. I was careless, Dumbledore murmured. Memories from my youth. Too tempted. Harry took a closer look at the stone on the ring and his eyes narrowed. The Resurrection Stone, he said quietly. Voldemort didn't even know what this was. Dumbledore looked at him strangely, his eyes darting down to the ring. You have changed, Dumbledore said weakly, as Minerva has said. Harry's eyes darted up to Professor McGonagall, who was looking down at Dumbledore's hand worriedly. I can't save your life, Professor, Harry said, backing away from the former headmaster and releasing Snape. Your hand is dead and it is spreading. Death can't be healed, even with a stone as powerful as that. Snape stood up seething, looking like he was about to rip Harry's head off. Harry simply waved his wand at Snape's left arm absently, the fabric of his sleeve disappearing. Have you noticed? Harry asked him. Snape looked down at the faded dark mark on his arm. I have, he said slowly, eyeing the tattoo, mouth still forming a sneer. You know what has happened. Single quote. Voldemort is dead, Harry said simply. All three turned to him sharply, eyes wide in surprise. I threw him through the veil of death myself, he said, then turned to Dumbledore. If you killed that one, he indicated the ring on the old man's hand, then there are three that remain. One is in this castle, one in the Lestrange vault, and the last is Nagini. I'd like to borrow Gryffindor's sword again if I may, Professor McGonagall. My boy, Dumbledore said, a small smile playing on his lips now, how have you done this? Harry nodded his head toward McGonagall. The headmistress will explain. He picked up the sword of Gryffindor off the desk and made for the door. I want this done as soon as possible. Without another word, Harry left the office and made for the room of requirement. Storing the sword in a sheath he transfigured onto his waist. Once the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw was destroyed, he made his way out of the castle. 2 to go. RRY apparated outside the ancient manor of the Malfoys. It was already in the middle of being raided by a large group of Aurors. He caught sight of one who looked like he was in charge, recognizing Hi. M from earlier in the night as one of the Aurors at Amelia's home. Harry Potter, the gruff man with the lion-like beard said, I am head Auror Rufus Scrimgeour, what are you doing here? Harry look. Out at the Death Eaters being dragged away in cuffs from the manor. I'm here hunting a snake, he explained. I'm not sure it's even here anymore though. Have your Aurors seen anything like that? Yes, actually, Scrimgeour said. Surprised. We've locked it in a room in the manor. Any magic seems fairly ineffective on it. Do you know how to destroy it? Harry pulled out the sword of Gryffindor, brandishing it in front of him. I do. Single quote. Very well, the head Auror said, eyeing the blade. Jones. Escort Mr. Potter to that damned snake, he plans on killing it for us. Hestia Jones turned from her post and approached them. Yes sir. Follow me, Harry. Harry fell into step with her toward the manor. Busy night, huh? He asked, smiling. Not half as busy as yours I think, she said, smiling back. Defeated all the Dark Lords so you're moving on to snakes. Something like that, he laughed, then turned serious. You're injured. Hestia Jones looked at him in surprise for a moment before she nodded. Nothing serious. Didn't want to bug her off to the healers for a scratch. Harry was already waving his wand over her as she spoke. Bit more than a scratch, he mumbled. He held her in plaque. Ian slid his wand along her waist where there was a poorly dressed gash. Running his wand along it a few times until it was healed and they continued walking. How many are left inside? He asked as if nothing had happened. Right, well, Hestia said, poking her side distractedly, they're holed up in the basement. A handful of Death Eaters are keeping the rest of the Malfoy family hostage. The kid and the wife. I see, he said. I can feel the snake, in here. Yeah, that's right, she said, taking a step back. Harry tapped the door with his wand, dispelling the wards. The door swung up. Anne and Harry could see the snake coiled up, half hidden by a sofa. He took a step inside. It's all right, Nagini, Harry said soothingly in Parseltongue. You can come out, I will end your suffering. The snake uncoiled and slithered over to Harry, rising up to look him in the eye. He is gone, the snake hissed. I can no longer feel him. Was it you? Yes, Harry said, searching the snake's mind. You were cursed. Would you like me to free you? The snake nodded in answer and turned its head sideways. Harry swung the sword down onto its neck, splitting it in two. With a wave of his wand the remains of the snake disappeared into dust. Harry turned away and walked past a wide-eyed Hestia Jones. Come, Hestia, let's deal with these Death Eaters. Down the hall they came across a group of ORORs flanked on either side of an open door with stairs leading down. Harry walked past the group, ignoring the calls of warning. At the doorway he inhaled a deep breath then pointed his wand at his throat. He blew out hard and a stream of blue swirling mist came out instead of air and flowed down the stairs. He waved his wand and a solid wall appeared in the doorway. He stood impatiently, arms folded and tapping his foot for about a minute until he waved his wand again to remove the wall. Another large breath and more mist streamed down the stairs, this one a shimmering pink. Then, without a word, he walked down to the basement. All the occupants were in a deep magical sleep. You can all come down now, Harry called up. Slowly, the Aurors descended to look upon the sleeping perps. Harry summoned all the Death Eater wands to himself and handed them to one of the Aurors as he started issuing orders. Thank you for the help, Mr. Potter sir, the man said as Harry ascended the stairs. Okay, Hestia said as she escorted him out of the manor, you're going to have to tell me what the hell happened to you that you got so bloody powerful. Fell into a pool at the Department of Mysteries T. Hat led me to a room where time stood still where I could train and learn till I got as powerful as I am now, Harry said in a bored voice. I can teach you some things another time if you like. Hestia tripped a step before rushing to catch up. Seriously though, how'd you do it? Hestia asked playfully. Harry stopped and eyed Hestia appraising looking her up and down. She barely fought back a blush. Come to dinner with me and I'll tell you, he said with a roguish grin. Hestia did blush then. Me, she stammered. I mean, aren't I too old for you? Harry took a step closer to her and looked at her pretty face. You look perfect to me, he said. Hestia let out an audible gulp and retreated a step, looking away. Not sure that's a good idea, she mumbled regretfully. Well, maybe I'll try again in a couple years, he said playfully, and was off out of the manor again, Hestia having to run to catch up. By the time Harry apparated into Diagon Alley, the morning sun was rising over the shops to the east. He entered Gringotts Bank as the doors were being unlocked. Harry marched up to the only teller that was behind the desk. Mr. Potter, the goblin greeted him immediately. "Good morning," Harry said, stifling a yawn. "I am looking for something rather unusual. I want to retrieve something from a vault that is not my own. There is a very dark object that is contained in the L. A strange vault that could be dangerous to the bank." The goblin blinked once, then again, then snarled at him, sharp teeth bared in disgust. "That is not the way we operate at Gringotts, Mr. Potter," the goblin said evenly. "It doesn't matter how dark an object it is, if it is not in your vault then it stays put. You would have already received a request from the DMLE by now," Harry elaborated. "Besides that, the Lestranges have been returned to Azkaban for life, Voldemort is dead and there are no other living Lestranges." The news of the Dark Lord's demise had yet to reach the goblin apparently. He gaped at Harry in shock then turned to check with another teller but he was the only one there so early in the morning. "A moment please, Mr. Potter," the goblin choked out and left his desk. Bouncing over to a staff door at the back, Harry waited patiently in the empty lobby. A few goblin guards near the back and a house elf janitor were the only other people in the large lobby. Why the teller returned with another goblin. "Mr. Potter," the newcomer called, "come with me please." Harry followed the goblin toward the vaults but they veered left to a hall of offices. At the end of the hall was the only office that had double doors. The goblin led him inside and gestured for Harry to sit before moving behind the desk. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gudnak, Executive Vice President at Gringotts," the goblin said. "We have dealt with this kind of request from the Ministry before, Mr. Potter, but not usually with such haste. I have already received word from my contact at the press about what has occurred last night, however, so I thought I would at least hear what you have to say." Gudnak peered at Harry over steepled fingers, looking down at him from his raised desk. "It is a dark artifact that Voldemort had asked Bellatrix Lestrange to store in her vault," Harry began. "In appearance it looks like the ancient cup of Helga Hufflepuff, but it has been tainted and needs to be destroyed. In exchange," Harry pulled out the sword of Gryffindor and the goblin's eyes lit up greedily. "I would like to propose that I return this goblin-forged blade that was once in the possession of Godric Gryffindor. After I use it to destroy the cup." Gudnak's eyes lingered on the sword, tapping his fingers thoughtfully on his desk. "It is true that we would value the return of that particular sword quite highly," the goblin said. "However, how can I trust your word, or that this cup is as dangerous as you say?" Harry re-sheathed the sword. "Bring a curse breaker if you like," he said with a shrug. "Though even a muggle would be able to sense the evil coming from the cup. As for the sword, I'll destroy the cup down at the vault then hand it right over. If you still don't trust me, I'll put my own vault down as collateral. If I do not hand the sword over to you immediately after I destroy the cup, my fortune goes to the bank." The goblin's bushy eyebrows rose a great deal. "As tempting as that contract would be, we are not thieves here," he said, though the way he stroked his chin thoughtfully made it seem he wouldn't mind a bit of thieving in this case. "Very well. We will go as soon as I've contacted a curse breaker." Harry sat in the office while Gudnak left to make the necessary arrangements. Eventually the goblin returned with an old wizard with sleek gray hair. "Come, Mr. Potter," Gudnak said shortly. They left and met another goblin, this one carrying a sack of metal objects Harry recognized as clankers. "There is a dragon guarding the Lestrange vault?" Harry asked curiously. Gudnak looked at him in some surprise. "I didn't realize you were so well informed on our protections, Mr. Potter," he said, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. "You'll find," Harry said calmly. "I am well informed on a great number of things." They moved down to somewhere near the bottom on the trolley's track before they stopped. There was a large entourage of guards waiting for them, goblin and wizard both. The goblin with the clankers moved ahead of them and cowed the dragon while the others passed. Then the same goblin opened the vault when they were all clear of the dragon. It was filled with mountains of gold and treasure, but Harry spotted the cup immediately. "That's it there," he pointed. "The cup, up on high. Do I have your permission to use magic?" "The goblin nodded but gave him a sneer to go along with it. Harry shot out a black cloth from his wand which wrapped around the cup then came back and opened on the ground in front of them. The cup stood up perfectly in the center of the cloth. There was an eerie buzz coming from the cup already. The curse breaker moved forward hesitantly with his wand, which sent a slow white stream of white light toward the cup. The second it made contact, a blackness was reaching up through the white, and the curse breaker moved his wand back quickly, ending the spell. "The fuck is that?" The curse breaker cursed. "I think I've seen enough, Mr. Potter," Gudnak said with a grimace at the cup. "You may destroy it." Harry nodded and pulled out the sword. The cup immediately let out a high-pitched screech, in fear of the sword. Harry swung it down hard, splitting the Horcrux in two. The cup screamed and crumbled on the floor, destroyed. Harry sheathed the sword, removed the sheath from his belt and handed it to the Gudnak. "I appreciate the efficiency of your work, Mr. Potter," the goblin cackled, unsheathing the blade and running his fingers along it. "If you are ever looking for work, Gringotts could use your services in more ways than one. I think." Harry nodded and let out a sigh of relief now that the final Horcrux was destroyed. "I'll keep that in mind," he said, tiredly. "Enter," Amelia's voice said through the door. Harry entered Madame Bones' office to find Rufus Scrimgeour sitting in front of her desk with a thick report open on his lap. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him, nodding to the head Auror questioningly. "I trust him," Amelia said with a half-smile. "He knows what the snake was already. I had the request sent down to Gringotts early morning. How is it going with the rest of them?" Harry sat down heavily on a third chair beside Scrimgeour, feeling tired to the bone. He could see the other two looked just as exhausted as he felt. "They've been busy all night too after all." "Destroyed," Harry said. "All of them, the Gringotts one included. The goblins let you in?" Amelia asked in surprise. When Harry just laughed, she narrowed her eyes. "Please tell me you didn't break into Gringotts." He laughed louder at that. "I did not break into Gringotts," he assured her. "I simply traded the sword of Gryffindor." "What?" Scrimgeour said in shock. "That's an artifact that belongs to Hogwarts. You can't simply trade it." Harry shrugged at the head Auror and let out a loud yawn. "The sword came out of the hat for me in my second year at school," he said through the yawn. "Be that as it may," Scrimgeour ground out, "the sword may present itself to any worthy Gryffindor, that doesn't mean it belongs to you." "That's not what I mean," Harry said, waving his protest away. "It doesn't matter where the sword is, it will come out of the hat when it is needed." That seemed to mollify the head Auror somewhat, though there was still a fair bit of grumbling about handing wizard artifacts over to goblins. "So that's it?" Amelia asked, still in shock. "It took you all of a night." Harry chuckled at her shocked expression, then sat bolt upright. "Shite," he said suddenly. "What is it?" Amelia said. Both adults perked up quickly. "Well, when I saw you were being attacked, I left Susan at Hermione's," he explained. "Kind of forgot about her." After a beat, Amelia burst into laughter, Rufus joining in the next moment. Harry mumbled something about knowing where this was going. "He'll face down Dark Lords and Death Eaters," Amelia said to Rufus through her laughter, "but he's afraid of my niece." Rufus slapped his knee and threw his head back, cackling all the louder. "Well, it's good to know you're still just an ordinary teenager in some ways," Amelia chuckled. Yeah, Harry groused, getting out of his seat. "Laugh it up." He walked to the door, Rufus Scrimgeour still fighting back his laughter. "See you at home, Amelia." He apparated into the Grange. R's living room with an inaudible crack to find Susan and Hermione both sleeping on the same couch. Hermione was laying on the armrest, bushy hair over her face completely. Susan was face down into Hermione's side, snoring slightly. Harry sat down in front of them and sighed heavily, wishing nothing more than to fall asleep next to them. Instead, he put a hand on each of their shoulders and shook them gently. They both woke up in a bit of a panic and looked around bleary-eyed until they finally found Harry's face. "Oh, Harry," Hermione said, close to tears the moment she saw him. "We were so worried," Susan said groggily. Then woke up significantly. "Is Aunt Amelia okay?" Harry gave her a tired smile. "Your aunt's fantastic," he said. "A lot has happened." He leaned against the couch and felt how heavy his eyes were. "First of all," he began, yawning, when he heard a peck at the window. Turning, they saw an owl holding a copy of the Daily Prophet. "Oh, perfect timing," Harry said sleepily. "Let the paper tell you." Hermione opened the window and handed the bird a canute before it flew off. She opened the paper and gasped. "What is it?" Susan asked from beside Harry. Hermione turned the paper toward them, her mouth gaping. "You know WHO is dead. Harry Potter single-handedly wins the war." They're so bloody dramatic, Harry scoffed. What? Susan gasped, looking from Harry to the paper to Hermione. What, Harry? Hermione shouted in part glee, part disbelief. What happened after you left? Well, Harry said slowly, unable to keep the smile off his face, Voldemort attacked Amelia himself. When I got there I captured him and we threw him through the Veil of Death in the Department of Mysteries. Hermione was reading the story as Harry spoke. Says here you also took out 11 Death Eaters. She said with a giddy chuckle. They're exaggerating, Harry said, stifling another yawn. There were only 10. Both girls fell into giddy laughter before he was smothered in a double hug that sent him to the floor. That's how Hermione's parents found them when they came downstairs. If you're going to shag the boy at least take him up to your room, Wendell Granger teased, receiving an elbow from his wife. Mum. Dad. Look. Hermione showed them the paper, their eyes widening in surprise as they read. Didn't the paper just announce this you character was back? Emma Granger said. Couldn't have been all that bad if it only took a week for Harry to beat him. The two witches laughed, still giddy from the news. You're not wrong, Harry pointed out with a grin. Bit of a wimp really. After they all shared a good laugh, Harry took Susan back to her aunt's and found his bed, sleeping soundly for the first time in a long time. The students filed into the great hall. The sounds of chatter coming with them as they took their seats at their house tables. The school was all talking about the same things since coming in from the train. Where was Harry Potter? Most of the students hadn't seen him since last school year. After the news of him defeating Voldemort, he'd been extremely busy over the summer working with the DMLE and new Minister of Magic Amelia Bones. Gathering up the remaining Death Eaters, and most everyone was excited to ask him about everything that happened. The problem was, he wasn't on the train. Every gossip at Hogwarts went to the known Harry Potter experts. Ron and Hermione, but their lips were sealed. It was clear they knew something though. The few Hufflepuffs who knew Susan Bones had become closer with Harry over the summer tried asking her instead. You'll see him, she said mysteriously. You just have to be patient. When the students had all entered the Great Hall, looking up and down the Gryffindor table and still hadn't seen Harry Potter, they decided he probably wouldn't be there for the welcome feast. Professor Flitwick led the first years into the hall as the new deputy headmaster to begin the sorting. The T sang a lovely song about peace and togetherness that brought a polite applause from all in the hall. Once the sorting was finished, Professor McGonagall stood up at the dais to speak and silence fell upon the hall for the strict new headmistress. To new students, we welcome you. To those of you returning, welcome back to another year at Hogwarts. Normally, as my predecessor had done before, I'd save this portion of the speech for after the feast. But seeing as the few of you who have noticed are spreading the word so quickly, I believe I should make this particular announcement immediately. The students, most of whom had not noticed, began asking their neighbors what she was on about. So allow me to share our new staff appointments, which is a tradition that will hopefully end. The students quieted and looked around the staff table. Many mouths fell open. In the position of Transfiguration teacher and head of Gryffindor House, let me introduce you to the newly found innocent, Professor Sirius Black. There was a scattering of applause that seemed a little subdued as many were still staring transfixed at the other new member of staff. Sirius Black stood and waved, tossing his new coworker a playful glare. In returning, not as a student, but as a professor, the youngest ever appointed in history I might add, your new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Harry Potter. Harry stood and waved to a scattering of cheers and applause from his closer friends. It evolved into a loud applause from the majority of the school, which then evolved into a full B. Loud roar of cheering and clapping, the likes of which the staff table had never seen. Harry sat back down, grinning wildly at Sirius, who was shaking his head in disgruntlement, but couldn't stop his mouth from curving upward. McGonagall had waved up the welcoming feast and sat down, but the applause was still going, so Harry stood once more and gave another wave before motioning them to sit in a very professor manner. They're going to eat you alive, boy, Sirius said dramatically. They can try, Harry laughed. I wonder how they'll take having a head of house who was, until recently, the most wanted man in magical Britain. I'll use it to my advantage, Sirius said with an evil look. Put the fear in them, you know. The two laughed together until Harry had a thought. You know, I never It asked the school's policy on professors dating students, he said thoughtfully. Sirius roared with laughter, Minerva McGonagall watching them disparagingly, muttering, "What the bloody hell have I done?" Harry took the opportunity of the welcome feast to covertly listen around the hall with a bit of magic while the students enjoyed their meal. "It's brilliant, isn't it?" Seamus Finnegan said. "It's like we've got our own Snape on Gryffindor's side now. He's gonna lay into those snakes. Oh, they were in for a rude awakening," he thought. "Is that why I got Quidditch captain?" Katie Bell moaned. "We're bloody doomed without Harry." "Oh come on, he's injured half the time anyway," Ron said, laughing. "Ginny did brilliantly last year." "Yeah, but she wants to be a chaser, doesn't she?" Katie whined. "Hopefully there's some good new blood or my last year's going to have some lousy Quidditch." That was Harry's one regret with becoming a professor, Quidditch. "Hey, Rolanda," Harry called a few spots down the table. "What's up, Professor Potter?" Rolanda Hooch asked with a grin. "You're all going to be like this all year, aren't you?" He asked the table dryly, to which most professors chuckled evilly. "You ever get the chance to play Quidditch? One thing I'll miss, I think." "Of course," she said excitedly. "I have some friends I play with, and since there's 2 of us that actually play now, maybe we can organize some friendlies with the students." "Brilliant," Harry said, happy his Quidditch career wasn't over. He turned his attention back to the students. He could see many eyes trained on him as they ate. Many of them witches. "This is going to be better than Lockhart," Hannah Abbott said excitedly. "He's hot, he's famous and he's our age, so he's not off limits." Susan. "Oh please lay off, Hannah," Susan begged. "It's embarrassing enough to have a massive crush on Harry that he fully knows about, but now he's a bloody professor." "I'm screwed." "I don't know about that," Hannah said thoughtfully. "Unless you get a late-night detention with him, then you might be screwed." Hannah. Well, it was certainly going to be an interesting year. Not that he didn't know that already. "I'm telling you, Justin. Defense is going to be a breeze," Ernie said confidently. "Harry is basically going to give us a free pass after the DA last year." "I don't know, Justin replied. "I think he's gonna feel like he's got a lot to prove because he's so young and all. Might be a hard ass." "But really," Ernie laughed, "Potter assigning homework. Fat chance." Harry grinned evilly. He'd already made up his lesson plan after all. Hopefully he would fall into a nice middle ground from what they both expected. "I'm doomed, Cho," Marietta Edgecombe said in a depressed voice. "He bloody hates me already. I really need that Newt for the apprenticeship with my uncle. They won't let me in without it." "I'm sure he won't hold it against you," Cho Chong said unconvincingly. "Not Lee. Ku tried to make a fool out of him at Puddifoot's or anything." Marietta just let out a pitiful groan. Harry chanced to look over at the 2 girls. Cho quickly looked away when he caught her eye, but Marietta was too busy sulking to see him. The pimples writing the word sneak were still very visible on her forehead. He flicked his wand under the table and hit the girl with an invisible spell. Her hand jumped up to the pimples that had disappeared and looked to Cho for confirmation. Looking around the hall, Marietta caught Harry's eye for a moment and he tossed her a wink, looking back to his food once her eyes widened. Now he moved on to potentially his biggest hurdle, the Slytherin table. "What a joke this is," Draco Malfoy growled. "Potter, a teacher. I should have gone to Durmstrang this year. It really is going to be terrible," Pansy sulked. "Maybe we should just drop defense." "No," Draco said stubbornly. "We'll just have to make it known that he's not fit to be a teacher." At the bloody hell are you talking about, Draco?" Tracy Davis said suddenly. "He killed you know who. Who better to teach us defense?" "Don't tell me you believe the prophet," Malfoy scoffed. "Paper's gone to the dogs if you ask me." "My father said it was true," Daphne Greengrass pointed out. "He's apparently gotten incredibly powerful since last year." "Potter," Malfoy spat. "Powerful. Unlikely. Glory Monger is the only thing that describes him." "Jealous are we, Draco?" Blaise Zabini drawled. "Not likely, Blaise," Malfoy scoffed. "Don't tell me you're looking forward to being taught by him." "Not taking defense, am I?" Zabini said in a bored voice. "Not much point anymore, is there?" "Yes, that lot will be a challenge indeed. Especially Malfoy. Getting him to come around and be actually interested in learning will be a real challenge." He was looking forward to it. Of course, it would be with his old crowd that Harry began his professing debut. A double lesson at that. Harry was wrath. or looking forward to subverting expectations in this class. He opened the door and moved aside to allow the class to enter. He looked at his old classmates impassively. Many of the Gryffindors and the old DA gave him a sniggering "Hey Harry," as they passed. The Slytherins either ignored him or gave him a sneer. Well, Malfoy gave him a sneer. "Books away," Harry said loudly, walking to the front of the class. "A few orders of business first. I know we're all fully aware of the strange and awkward circumstances we've found ourselves in, but let me make myself crystal clear." He pointed his wand to the blackboard where Professor Potter appeared. "You will refer to me as Professor Potter, or Sir. I am not your friend," he looked pointedly at many of his friends, "and I am not your enemy." He looked to the group of Slytherins. "I am your professor and you are my students. You will be treated as such and there will be no preferential treatment." He scanned the room with his eyes to ensure there were no arguments. "From next year onward, I will only be allowing students who have achieved a grade of exceeds expectations or outstanding into my new class. But seeing as the educat ion in this class has been severely lacking, especially with the Toad last year, I have decided to allow those who have received an acceptable as well. Your new curriculum will be far more advanced than previous years. Just because this isn't your all year doesn't mean this will be a cakewalk. Now," he pointed his wand at the blackboard again and the words non-verbal replaced the previous writing. "Who can tell me the practical reasons for using non-verbal spells?" he asked in a carrying voice. Immediately, Hermione's hand shot up into the air and no one else's. "Put your hand down, Miss Granger. I'm fully aware you know the answer," Harry said shortly. Hermione lowered her hand slowly, looking confused. "Anyone else?" he asked, scanning the students. "I'll pick one at random then. Miss Lee, any ideas?" Sue Lee looked around wide-eyed. She wasn't normally one to speak up in class. "It gives you the element of surprise," she said quietly. "True," Harry said. "Anything else?" She screwed up her face in thought for a moment. "It's faster." She tried. "Well, it certainly can be," Harry replied, smiling. "In summary, it gives you a split-second edge over your opponent. If it is a spell that they don't recognize, it gives the added advantage of them not knowing the best way to defend." "But you also said it was faster." Harry transfigured a dueling dummy right next to Sue Lee. "Stupefy, Defindo, Petrificus Totalis. Expelliarmus," he said, sending a steady stream of spells that collided with the dummy with various effects. Now silently, Harry's wand flashed and in less than a second he sent the same spells at the dummy. "Faster?" Harry asked Sue Lee, who could only nod. "I would have to agree. 5 points to Ravenclaw. I want you all to pair up. One of you will be trying to hex the other, silently. The other will be trying to shield yourself, silently." After he finished talking, no one moved. Now, most of the students stood up and started to pair off. The Slytherins lagging behind. "While you're all at it," Harry called over the noise, "if there is anyone who needs help with a shield charm, come to the front." 2 Hufflepuffs came to the front and a pair of Ravenclaws. Harry noticed 2 of the 4 Slytherins eyeing him like they wanted to but weren't sure if they could. Harry caught Tracy Davis's eye and waved her over. She came with her partner, Daphne Greengrass. "Now I know you didn't get much of an education in this last year because of Umbridge, but you can come to me if you need any extra help," Harry said. "I know Mr. Malfoy and Miss Parkinson won't take it from me willingly. But I promise to be fair to Slytherin, all right." Tracy and Daphne simply nodded, apparently still reserving judgment on Harry. "Do you all know the incantation for a shield charm?" he asked. Everyone nodded, but he wasn't sure they were all being honest. "Well, regardless, the wand movement is a downward slash, like so, and the incantation is Protega. Try it now. Out loud is fine." A round of Protegas sounded out and a few shields were produced. Harry asked for it a second time and 6 shields shimmered visibly. "Excellent," Harry said at the grinning students. "Now try it again silently." They did and there was nothing. Again, nothing. "The key to non-verbal casting is a clear mind," Harry said in the lecture voice that he was working on. "Not just the incantation. It has to be the combination of the incantation and the intent. When I first started learning non-verbal casting, I focused too much on the incantation in my head and not on what I wanted the spell to do. You can't have one without the other. With insufficient intent the spell won't work or the effect produced could be far weaker than intended. Take a moment and try again. 6 nods, a bit of focusing then some downward swipes. 2 shields appeared instantly. Well done, Harry said to Daphne and Megan Jones. Now get back into your pairs and keep practicing, and remember what I said about intent. Harry walked around to the class, observing the red-faced students trying to hex and the bored ones waiting for a hex that was likely to never come. He passed on the same hint he'd given the others. Near the end of the class there saw a good handful of students casting silently with moderate consistency. Any luck, Mr. Malfoy? Harry asked the boy sitting on his ass and ignoring Pansy's attempt to hex him silently. None of your business, Potter, Malfoy spat. That's Professor Potter, Mr. Malfoy, Harry said evenly. The Slytherin just scoffed. Perhaps a bit of encouragement then. Hex me silently, whatever hex you choose. Malfoy cocked his eyebrow at Harry then sneered. Think I can't do it, do you? He asked scathingly. On the contrary, I hope you can, Harry said. You too, Miss Parkinson, a hex of your choosing. Malfoy gave him a dark look and pointed his wand at Harry's head. Engorgio Scullis, he said aloud, hitting Harry with the spell. Harry raised an eyebrow at Malfoy in annoyance. If you want my head to get any bigger than it already is, he said, you'll have to keep your mouth shut. Miss Parkinson. After a minute or two Pansy was simply waving her wand around in frustration. Harry calmly told her what he wanted her to do differently and waited until finally she hit him with a silent horn-growing hex. Well done, Miss Parkinson, Harry said loudly, drawing a few looks. Pansy's face was a mix of looking pleased and confused for being pleased. Give it another go, Mr. Malfoy, Harry said. Remember what I said to Miss Parkinson, and remember how satisfying it would be to give me a large head. Single quote. Harry thought he saw Malfoy fighting off a grin as he pointed his wand at Harry, attempting to cast silently. It took a few tries but then Harry felt his head growing. Well done, Mr. Oi. An angry voice cut Harry off from across the classroom. Don't attack the bloody teacher. Densagio. Harry's wand was out in a flash, he shielded the spell from hitting Malfoy. Rebounding it back at the caster. Mr. Weasley. Harry shouted angrily, casually waving his wand to remove the horn and shrink his head back to normal size. He had full permission to attack. K.A. teacher and you did not have permission to attack another student in the back. Ron's teeth were elongating alarmingly fast, so Harry pointed his wand at him and shrank them back to normal size. Single quote. That'll be 15 points from Gryffindor, Harry said harshly. Another outburst like that and you can have a detention to go with it. He returned to the front, ignoring the gobsmacked looks from the entire class. For homework, he called in a level voice. I want an 18-inch essay by next Monday on the practical uses of non-verbal spells. A collective groan followed the assignment before Harry continued over it. Its advantages, its disadvantages, how it functions. I also want you to practice the use of non-verbal spells. You'll be expected to be silent in every one of our classes. Little Bird told me your other classes have similar expectations, so don't slack on your practice. Dismissed. As the class packed up, Harry busied himself with reviewing the lesson for his next class. He heard Ron's scathing comment of, "Can you believe him, Professor Potter?" He ignored it, it's what he was after anyway. Once the class left he looked up to see Hermione and Susan were watching him, small smiles playing on their lips. Harry allowed himself a grin. How'd I do? He asked. Brilliant, Susan said, grinning back. I especially liked your hands-on portion. Harry rolled his eyes at the blatant flirting. No fraternizing with the faculty, Susan, though his upturned mouth belied his seriousness. What about you, Hermione? Well, other than you taking all the fun out of it for me, she said with a forced sigh. I agree, you were brilliant. Especially the way you dealt with the Slytherins. And the Gryffindors now I think of it. Harry looked at his two friends and let out a sigh. It will be hard not talking with them candidly more often. He got pretty used to it during the summer with Susan. He'd been used to it with Hermione for years. I know, Susan said, reading his thoughts. But we can always sneak off sometimes under your cloak, she said teasingly. I am rather sneaky, he said thoughtfully. Don't you two have a class to get to? My first years will be here soon. Ooh, how exciting, Hermione gushed genuinely. I wish we had you in first year instead of Quirrell. As they were leaving a thought occurred to Harry. Wait a minute, I'm the defense against the dark arts professor. Does that mean I'm going to try and kill Harry Potter? Shut up, Harry, Susan laughed while Hermione cackled all the way out of the classroom. Soon after they left, Harry opened the door to let the first-year Ravenclaw and Gryffindor students in. He waited until they settled down with their books and parchment in front of them to begin. In this class you will learn how to defend yourself against the darkness that exists in this world, Harry intoned in a loud voice, causing a few near him to jump. I will teach you methods of defending against the darkest of creatures. From hags and vampires to werewolves who have lost control, to users of the dark arts, an ever-changing, uncontrollable branch of magic that is as evil as it is unpredictable. He paused at the front of the room to look out at the nervous faces. But first, he said in a much lighter tone, let's learn how to shoot red sparks out the end of our wands, shall we? Yes, Harry Potter very much enjoyed being a teacher. Harry had fallen into a nice routine as a professor. His students were giving him the respect he worried was going to be a challenge to come by. Teaching the younger years was thrilling in that he was able to awe and inspire his students with a little well-timed showmanship. The fifth years preparing for their owls had a bit more of a rigid lesson plan. He needed to cover the necessary subject matter for them to succeed. This was especially challenging when taking into account the god-awful education they'd received the previous year in the subject. There was very little time for fun as it was. This fact is what caused him to begin a club that hasn't been seen since the likes of Gilderoy Lockhart graced Hogwarts' hallowed halls. A dueling club. There was an air of excitement throughout the school as the students read the posters in each common room. While the prospect of being taught to duel by the one who defeated Voldemort was rather enticing, it was the promised demonstration that had gotten the excited whispers truly going, a demonstration duel between two teachers who apparently hated each other. Severus Snape and Sirius Black. Why aren't you dueling though, Professor? Marietta Edgecombe asked in his 7th-year class. Because who would want to duel him? Katie Bell pointed out. He'd just wipe the floor with anyone. It's just a demonstration though, isn't it? Nicholas Humphrey threw in. Not like the professor has to go all out or anything. Harry waited patiently for the discussion to come to an end before he answered the initial question. The honest reason I'm not dueling, he said to the group, is because when I mentioned it at a staff meeting, Professor Snape and Professor Black practically jumped at the opportunity for an excuse to hex each other senseless. The group laughed at the fact the rumored reason was in fact the truth. Are you still going to demonstrate though? Anon Biggle asked hopefully. Everyone wants to see how you defeated he who must not be named. Harry groaned and shook his head at the refusal to use Voldemort's name. I suppose I haven't shared that story yet, have I? He commented. I can tell it now if you like. The class stilled in excited anticipation at the prospect. First though, he said, for those of you who can't say the name, can you handle the face? With a flourish of his wand he transfigured a stool into a life-size, unmoving version of Voldemort. There were a few shrieks of surprise but the class settled quickly. Where we fought was a very narrow hallway in Minister Bones' home, Harry began to the hushed class. A hallway that happened to be littered with unconscious Death Eaters at the time. There was an innocent in a locked room in between him and I, so I wanted to do two things. I wanted to keep from damaging the structure, and I wanted to end it quickly. Lucky for me, Voldemort made it rather easy. Harry raised his wand and the dummy Voldemort followed suit. He underestimated me, you see. He continued. Even after failing to kill me many times before, even after witnessing me easily incapacitating his Death Eaters, he believed me weak. He was arrogant. I.O. Pened with my old signature to let his guard down further. Expelliarmus. A red spell shot out from Harry's wand and the dummy Voldemort moved to block it. I used the same spell on him the night he was resurrected. I wanted him to see me as the same weak boy he could easily defeat. So what did he do in his arrogance? Harry paused for effect, staring intently at the dummy Dark Lord. The students were leaning in with excitement at the previously untold tale. He talked, as old men often do. The dummy Voldemort shifted rigidly, like a puppet, its hinged mouth moving up and down comically. While he talked, I did this. Harry crouched in a low stance, arm pointed at the dummy Voldemort's wand. Then he spoke in a loud clear voice that seemed to echo throughout the class. Expellis brachio exna. Re ihud ejecto mariquari shister expellis brach. At the end of his incantation, the dummy's wand shattered and popped into tiny pieces. Of course, Harry said to the stunned audience. I said it rather quietly. He wouldn't have been able to hear it over his own gabbing, or see it with my wand arm covering my mouth. Harry gave an exaggerated bow to the quiet class as they watched him slack-jawed. One spell. Katie Bell squeaked. You beat him with one spell. Well, technically two, Harry said, scratching his chin. But seeing as the first was just a feint, yeah, one spell. There was a general shifting of disgruntlement as the information sunk in. But wait, Leanne Collins said suddenly, why the bloody hell do we learn all these spells in this class if you could defeat the most powerful Dark Lord with a single spell? Why can't you just teach us that? Because that was the right spell at the time. Harry said seriously. That is the only time I have ever used that spell. It is not something that would be much use to you very often. While speaking the long incantation, you are defenseless against oncoming attacks. Besides, if you truly believe that this class is only about learning the most powerful spell you can, you have learned very little here. Think about all the little details that went into my decision. That wasn't something I came up with beforehand, it was something I decided on in the moment. This kind of cunning is key to fighting dark forces, whether they be wizard or magical beings. Split-second decision-making in the moment of life or death is what you need to learn here. Marietta, if you are going to be cleansing the Black Forest in Albania of dark creatures with your uncle, will that spell come in handy at all? The Ravenclaw startled at suddenly being singled out. No sir, she answered eventually. Anon, he said to the Hufflepuff boy, if a dark wizard attacks you, will you ask him to hold on a moment while you make the long incantation? No sir, he answered immediately. There are many spells that can get you out of a rough spot, Harry said in a harsh voice. It is how and when you use those tools that is most important. Be cunning, be quick. Do not hesitate and you may stay alive. If you do, then I have done my job. Understand? There was a general sound of assent throughout the class and Harry nodded, satisfied. He returned dumb. Why Voldemort to its previous state as a stool? But Professor, Leanne said nervously, could you teach us that spell anyway? Harry glared at the Gryffindor who let out a nervous chuckle. With a wave of his wand the words, long incantation spells, appeared on the chalkboard. As it happens, he said, a grin slowly growing on his face, today we will be learning about long incantation spells. Realization slowly dawned on his students' faces. Hopefully they'd catch on that they'd been caught in Professor Potter's cunning trap from the very beginning. Because he certainly wasn't going to spell it out for them. As the Muggles say, a magician never reveals his tricks. An hour later, the 7th-year defense against the dark arts class were sweating from the strain of casting long incantation spells. The long-form magic took a lot more out of a person than any regular spell. Especially if you weren't used to it. They retook their seats, each one of them managing to succeed in destroying a fake wand. Casting a body bind on a group in a wide area and creating a simulated sun that could effectively blind and stun all manner of dark creatures. So before I assign your meter-long essay on the variety of different long incantation spells and how they're useful, a loud groan greeted his words, let's discuss when you may be able to use them. A scattering of hands shot up in the air. Miss Chong, Harry called out. When you have a lot of time to cast them. She tried. Right, Harry said slowly, and what kind of situation would you have a long enough time to cast them, Miss Chong? If they don't know you're there. She said more confidently. Yes, 5 points to Ravenclaw, Harry said. Catching them by surprise. An ambush maybe. But there is one specific instance when these kinds of spells are especially useful. Any ideas? Miss Edgecombe. When you're not alone, she said firmly. Precisely. 5 more points to Ravenclaw, he said. Come up beside me if you will, Miss Edgecombe. As she joined him he asked for all wands out and they obeyed. Harry positioned Marietta slightly behind him. Now, he said in a sudden loud voice, I want you to attack Miss Edgecombe and myself on my mark. Nothing too explosive please. His class being used to this kind of demonstration at this point, readied their wands and waited for his say-so. Marietta, he whispered over his shoulder. It's your decision which spell you want to use. Just please don't break any student's wand. She chuckled evilly making Harry shake his head. Ready? He asked. Wands were raised, the spells they intended to cast ready in their minds. Attack. Harry transfigured a half-wall in front of them, then raised his wand high in the air. A blue domed shield formed around himself and Marietta as multiple spells collided with it. Fizzling to nothing. He could hear Marietta speaking the mass body bind from behind him. She bungled the first pass on the incantation and cursed loudly. "It's all right, Marietta," Harry called back calmly. "Do it again, you have time." Marietta took a deep breath and repeated the incantation. All of a sudden the incoming spells ceased. The 9 students stiffened and begged to fall until Harry casually flicked his wand and they floated on the spot. "Excellent," he said back at Marietta, giving her a wide grin. She relaxed herself and let out a satisfied breath. The students remained frozen though. Harry swiped his wand another few times and the students were settling down onto their feet and able to move. Another wave and 10 sets of glowing spell instructions appeared. "We have 10 minutes before the end of class," Harry said. "Pick one of these long incantation spells, read them over but don't practice using them without my presence. We will be trying them out next class." At his motion the students moved to the front to read the different spells. "Marietta," Harry said to the girl before she walked off. "Yes, Professor," she asked with a smile. "Do you have time to stay after class?" he asked. "There's something I'd like to discuss with you." Her smile turned nervous but she gave a nod. Later on they were sitting back to back in the middle of the classroom. Marietta was hesitant at first to share her mind with the professor but decided to trust him. He had become a good friend to her during the year so far after all. Harry learned a few things from her mind. Marietta absolutely hated Hermione Granger, for obvious reasons. Harry made a mental note to try to get the two to apologize. Marietta wasn't loyal to the DA during the previous year, this is true. But she was loyal to her mother. It isn't something Harry held against her in the slightest, he sent those thoughts to her directly to ease her mind. Second is that she was putting all her hopes into joining her favorite uncle in Albania after school. Without an outstanding on her defense newt, she wouldn't be. "You are the only student in our class that will be pursuing a career that's directly related to this subject," Harry said into her mind. "As I said earlier, it is my goal to ensure that you stay alive. So I want to tutor you privately like this once a week until the end of term. Once I'm through with you, you will be the leading expert on the dark forest in Albania and the creatures that reside there." Marietta didn't respond so much as send him an overwhelming flood of emotions. A mix of joy, disbelief, fear and love. Unlike when he was melding with anyone before, Harry made a point of avoiding pointing out any untoward emotions. It wouldn't be appropriate as a professor. It was rather distracting when one of his students was flooding him with things she wanted to do to him in thanks. But he managed. Marietta didn't take to the flood of knowledge as well as the others he'd melded with but adjusted in time. He had a great deal to teach her, a wide variety of knowledge that expanded beyond magic, forestry, survival skills, geographical knowledge of the area. Not to mention an in-depth bestiary of the many creatures that do and could live in the forest, the best ways of fighting them, of pacifying them and even taming them. Then of course, advanced spells and dueling techniques. Magic that would normally be beyond what he taught in the classroom. On the first day he started with an overview of all the things he would be teaching her, encouraging her to do outside research if she felt the need. To bring questions back for their next session. "Can I ask you something?" she said out loud as their initial session was about to come to an end. "Of course," Harry said into her mind. "That's what I'm here for. It doesn't have anything to do with Albania," she said. "It's just, what happened to you?" Harry laughed. It was a question he got from most everyone that didn't know the story these days. The people he's told weren't the type to spread his private information around, not that he was opposed to people knowing. Perhaps it was time he allowed the story to spread around a little. From what Harry knew, Marietta herself wasn't much of a gossip, but her best friend certainly was. He was sure after he told this story to Marietta that Cho would have spread the tale in a matter of days. So he told her, shared with her his experiences, as he had the others he'd melded with. He always enjoyed the shocked thoughts he received when he did. "Welcome everyone," Harry called loudly. He stood on a raised platform in the Great Hall. The house tables were cleared and bleachers were placed around the room which was currently magically expanded. The entire school was present. The teachers included, to watch the anticipated duel between Severus Snape and Sirius Black. That was only the opening demonstration, however. The actual dueling club had a limited number of spaces for students to sign up. Once the initial fight was done, the students who didn't sign up would either leave or just stay to watch. The two professors in question stood on either end of the stage where Harry was standing, eyes locked on each other in anticipation of pummeling the other into paste. Harry had warned them several times to keep things at least relatively bloodless. They were in a school after all. He was pretty sure they ignored him. To those of you actually in the dueling club, pay close attention to the details of the fight, Harry continued. What spells they use, when, where they aim. Their footwork, when they shield and when they dodge. Harry had made sure to group the 80 students in the club together, closest to the platform, so they could watch properly. These two are both exemplary duelists, he said. Professor Snape is a master of the mind arts, so I want you to pay special attention to how he predicts his opponent's next move and what he does in response. Sirius Black is an ex-Auror, fighting dark wizards is what he had done for a living. He is also an expert at using battle transfiguration, a different and very effective way to fight. He let his words sink in before looking up to the two duelists. Ready? Harry asked loudly. Both Severus and Sirius nodded. Bo, they did, albeit stiffly. On my mark. Begin. Both wands were out front in an instant, sending identical red spells at each other that collided in the center of the platform where Harry vacated seconds before. A string of spells followed with the exact same result, colliding dead center. Sirius raised an eyebrow at his opponent, but Severus remained as impassive as ever. Sirius waved his wand in a wide arc, a dark fog bursting from the tip and settling between the two. The instant Sirius began the motion, Snape sent a flurry of spells at him, Sirius barely getting a shield up in time before the spells collided with him. As the fog cut off their scion of each other, the spells Snape was casting began colliding with the barrier at the back of the dueling platform. The next instant a large black dog burst out of the smoke and leapt at Severus. Potion's professor was quick to cast a body bind on it, scoffing at the pathetic attempt and allowing himself to relax after his victory. Or so it seemed to, at least. He was completely prepared for flurry of spells that came out of the smoke, which he blocked easily. Then 6 more black dogs came rushing out of the smoke as the spells continued firing from the fog out at the potion's professor. Snape moved to dodge the spells coming from the fog and tapped his wand to the floor, creating a large hole underneath the dogs, which he covered quickly once they fell. Next he conjured a powerful wind that blew away the fog, revealing nothing but an orb that sent out a constant string of stunners in a single direction. It was a spell Harry had taught Sirius during one of their melding sessions. The orb was dwindling as the magic ran out of it, managing to send out one last weak stunner before it faded. Snape looked to the ground where he'd just sealed the dogs, but the ground opened up underneath him an instant later. A loud scuffle could be heard, then silence. Harry carefully stepped onto the raised platform and looked down. He let out a barking laugh. Floated 3 stunned bodies. 1 dog and 2 men. I guess it's a draw, he said questioningly. Suddenly the dog stood up and gave a loud bark before transforming back into Sirius. Not quite, he said cockily. The crowd erupted in cheers even as Sirius Black transfigured the duplication of himself back into a stone. Harry bent over the unconscious potions professor and woke him with a tap of his wand. Severus Snape scowled up the cocky look on his rival's face and rose to his feet. Learned some new spells, I see, Black, Snape sneered. Maybe 1 or 2, that man said with a smirk. All right, Harry said, steppin' between the two before wands were drawn once more. It was an excellent duel, wasn't it? The crowd cheered again and Harry thanked the two, allowing Snape to stalk off angrily, muttering about needing special tutoring from a 16-year-old to win a duel. As the extra students began to file out of the Great Hall, Harry addressed the club members. Any thoughts about the duel? He asked the group, pointing to a 3rd year with his hand up. I don't really understand what happened, Ernest Patterson said. He was casting spells from the fog 1 minute, but then he was under the ground the whole time. Harry created an orb with an incendio charm on it. The red orb sent a constant gout of flame up into the air. So this here is an advanced charm called an orb, he began. I should mention had it is quite dangerous to use one of these in an actual fight, since it fires a spell continuously into a single direction until it runs out of magic or is dispelled. Just imagine the potential for Collateral damage with a spell like this. Of course, it can be useful in certain situations like this one where the dueling area is controlled. Professor Black set one of these up in the fog, then NS for med into his animagus form and charged with his transfigured dogs. Harry turned to Sirius, who was still basking in his win. Want to explain once you were underground? I opened the ground him after I transfigured one of the dogs into me and disillusioned myself, Sirius explained, grinning all the while. Then he came down, stunned the fake me, and I got him while he was transfiguring the rest of my dogs. Then you transformed and played dead for dramatic effect, Hermione said with a roll of her eyes. What can I say? Sirius said, strutting out of the hall. I'm a prankster at heart, after all. Harry shook his head after the childish man and addressed his students. If he tried that in an actual fight he would have been dead, Harry said with a significant look to the class. Did you all notice Professor Snape's fine demonstration of legilimens at the beginning? The group nodded excitedly. Harry really didn't give Snape enough credit when he was a student. His methods are subtle and in Harry's case were rather humiliating, but he really can be an excellent teacher when he wants to be. That's why Professor Black made the fog then. Terry Boot asked, to break eye contact. That is certainly the reason Professor Snape assumed he'd cast that spell, Harry said. But as we saw, he had a deeper plan in mind. All in all, it was rather clever, don't you think? There was a murmur of general agreement as Harry began the process of resetting the room to accommodate the dueling club. Once he was done, the Great Hall had 40 raised dueling platforms. Pick a partner from your year, then find a platform. He called out, and the students began moving at once, talking excitedly as they partnered up, making Harry have to yell over the noise. Professor Flitwick and I will be demonstrating some basic dueling spells in the center for the younger students, then we'll be roaming the room. Let's begin. The room was a mixture of laughter and actual training depending on the age of the students and how serious they were taking the practice. Walking the room, Harry could tell who would be a contender at the end of the year during the tournament. Hermione and Ron were sending spells back and forth and seemed relatively evenly matched, but Harry knew Hermione was holding back. She had a wealth of knowledge of how she could defeat her opponent and a long list of powerful spells that Ron wouldn't be able to defend against. Susan had no such qualms of holding back against a frustrated Tracy Davis, handily trouncing her consistently and being rather annoying about it to the Slytherin girl. Professor Potter, Tracy called angrily as she was being released from her confines of black ropes. I don't think it's fair that you only pick your favorites to do this melding thing everyone's talking about. I want to learn from you too. Harry climbed up onto the platform and pulled 2 schedules from thin air. I knew this was going to become more of a thing, he said, looking over his schedule and comparing it to hers. You know about the disconcerting bits with the meld. I don't care if you know what I think of you, she shrugged. I don't have any secrets. Good, see you Thursday night. Tracy took the schedule and grinned wickedly at Susan. Let's see if we can't even the odds a little, Bones. Tracy wasn't the only one interested in the melding, especially after seeing the results from the people he was melding with already. Soon Harry found he had a rather full schedule of one-on-one tutoring sessions when he wasn't in class. The schedule it'd dwindle once he had attempted the first meld with them. Many couldn't handle the process, the same way Neville couldn't. Others didn't realize just how embarrassing or damning the process was and quit relatively quickly. Harry was pleased that Ginny had mustered up the courage to meld with him consistently though. As a professor he was forced to keep the teasing to a minimum, no matter how many fantasies she had of breaking up with her current boyfriend and snogging Professor Potter silly. She shared something with him that no one else he's melded with has, a love of flying. It was thrillin'. Being able to share each other's experiences in such a way that it feels like you're living it. They forged a bond during those sessions that would never be broken by such frivolous things as embarrassment. Hermione, Luna and Susan were still his most consistent partners for the process though. Hermione would often joke with false sadness that they never talk anymore, because any time they are together they're melded. Luna was the only person so far who had successfully been able to activate the meld that Harry had taught, and she found she rather enjoyed searching through Harry's expansive wealth of knowledge at her own pace. She had begun working on the creation of an imitation of Ravenclaw's diadem with Harry's help. It was a difficult process, but it was enjoyable spending time with Luna on a project. Something they'd never done together before. I know that you're a professor now and that's part of the reason, Susan Bones said to him one night as they were melded, but I also know. There are other girls you like besides me. How is all this going to work, once we graduate or whatever it takes for you to be with one of us? Harry willed his mind to be silent toward her as he mulled over those words. It was a question that's been in his head a lot lately. He didn't have an answer, least of all an answer that would satisfy her. So he took a page out of Amelia Bones' book and went for brutal honesty. I love you, Susan, he said to her, and she audibly gasped. He didn't just say it though, he showed her, he sent his every completely overwhelming emotion about her directly into her mind. He could feel how emotional it was all making her. The next part was a bit more difficult though. But like you say, he added, I'm going through this process with so many different amazing people that it's overwhelming. I love Hermione also. And Luna. And I'm beginning to feel the same way about Ginny. You're all different, but you're also amazing. I really have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. He could tell she was crying, he could feel that the tears came from a mix of joy and sadness. This is the kind of thing that she truly feared, though it helped to know that he felt the same overwhelming love for her that she felt for him. I love you too, Harry, she said unnecessarily. He could feel how much she hurt from the jealousy, even while saying those words. I don't know that I want to ever live without you. I think my biggest fear right now is that the feeling will go away. I'm going to graduate in 2 years and you'll still be here, passing on all that knowledge. Melding with other witches who are amazing and have fallen for you as hard as I have. I don't want to be without you though. Not ever. Harry did something then that he hadn't done before. He held the meld, keeping his head in contact with hers, but moved around to her front. He could hear her breath hitch even as he could feel her thoughts of questions, of anticipation, of hope, of want. He kissed her, sending his feelings through the meld even as he received hers. It was miraculous, the love between them echoing back and forth as they connected physically and emotionally at an impossibly high level. He broke away as the feeling threatened to overwhelm them both and fell back, panting raggedly. They stared at each other wide-eyed, Susan's hand over her mouth, her fingertips brushing against her lips in an attempt to make up for the loss. A sound of moving feet caused Harry to spin to the door. He barely caught a flash of bushy brown hair running out of the classroom. His wand was out in an instant and Hermione flew back into the room, straight into Harry's arms. Let me go, Harry. A crying Hermione screamed, struggling to get out of his grasp. Harry didn't say anything. He spun her around in his arms and set his forehead against hers. She stilled in an instant and Harry melded, sharing all the things he had just shared with Susan. I love you, Hermione, he said into her mind. I'm just so damn lost with what to do. His emotions were running wild and he opened himself up to her completely. Harry leaned in and kissed her the same way he'd kissed Susan and she froze against him. He could feel her doubt and fear and love and longing and eventually she gave in and kissed him back. The rush of emotions back and forth was the same and it didn't take long for them to fall away from each other. Completely overwhelmed, Harry looked to Susan in a panic who was watching him. He didn't need to meld with her to know her emotions. She was wearing her anger quite plainly on her face. You can't do that, Harry. She choked out, and the tears started to fall. You can't just kiss us both and expect it all to be okay. Hermione seemed to come out of her daze in that moment. Her hand was over her lips the same way Susan's had been. Harry looked between the two, feeling more lost than he had in a long time. This was unknown territory for him, the guardian of knowledge. Dee never made him all-knowing in the complicated matters of love. He wasn't moronic enough to not know he just screwed up royally though. I'm sorry, he said to them in a trembling voice. She's right, Hermione said, wiping a falling tear. It's not fair. You can't just toy with us like that, Susan finished angrily. Harry got to his feet, racking his brain for what to say or what to do, what to say. He came up with nothing more than that. Susan stormed out of the room, slamming the door angrily. Hermione gave him one last look then turned away as if it pained her and followed the Hufflepuff's lead. Harry sat down on the floor hard, covering his face with his hands. He really made a dog's breakfast out of things. He'd just effectively pushed the two people he loved most in this world away, maybe forever. He thought of what Amelia would say about what he had just done. Surely she'd be just as angry as Susan, or maybe even angrier. He was toying with her niece's heart after all. He's seen how protective she could get when Susan was involved. He had tried being honest, and it was working when he kept it away from anything physical. The kissing was obviously a bit too honest. He could see how hurt they both were. He knew completely how they felt about him, and they knew how he felt about them too. He had been holding himself back for so long and it had been getting harder. He was 16 after all. His hormonal body was just like any other 16-year-old. It didn't give him the excuse to be so flippant about love though. One hand still covering his face, Harry pointed his wand to the door. An old piece of parchment flew to him a few moments later. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," he said softly into the parchment. It didn't take long for him to locate the two names he was looking for. They hadn't even gone very far, only a few classrooms down, together, obviously talking about what had just happened. "Expecto Patronum," he said in a hoarse voice. His stag burst out of his wand and ran out the door to the two of them. He wanted to go himself but he knew that was foolish. He couldn't leave things unsaid though, not when they were eating away at his heart so thoroughly. "I'm sorry. I know how selfish what I just did was. It is a difficult thing to be inside the minds of two people as amazing as yourselves without becoming completely enraptured. I love you. Both of you. But I suppose even saying that isn't fair. It is the truth though, as was each kiss. I won't ask you to forgive me, but I will ask you to forgive each other." He watched the two dots for a long while more. Suddenly they moved together and for one wild moment, Harry's mind went to places that made him blush. He quickly squashed down those thoughts and realized what they must be trying to do. They were going to meld with each other. Neither one of them has been successful thus far in initiating a meld, but he hoped they could manage this time. It would do them both good to see each other's minds. Harry sat cross-legged on the floor of his classroom and shut his mind off to all distractions. It had been a long time since he last meditated. He was past due. He had the thoughts of so many people floating around in his head. It was time he organized them properly. He sat in his meditative state for a long time before he felt a presence in his mind he recognized immediately as Luna. She didn't say anything to him or send him any thoughts, just listened to his mind through the meld she initiated. Harry was content to let her observe as he drifted back into his trance. Eventually he was pulled out of his meditative state by a voice in his mind. "It's not as bad as you're making it out to be, Harry," Luna's voice said. Harry let himself fade back to his normal state of consciousness. "And if I just ruined my friendship with two of the most important people in my life?" he asked. "Is it still not as bad as I'm making it?" "You haven't," she said simply. "You know you haven't. I've melded with them just as I've melded with you. You will never lose them. Ever." Harry knew she could feel his doubts and his fears through the meld, but she remained silent, waiting for him to speak. "And if I have?" he finally asked her. The meld faded and Luna rose to her feet. "Then you win them back," she said. She didn't look back to him as she left the room. But Harry saw the drop hit the ground as she opened the door. "I know you already know," he said, freezing her in the doorway, "but I suppose it wouldn't be quite fair if I didn't tell you too." Luna looked at him then. The tears falling down her cheeks looked out of place on her impassive face. He wished she had shared some of her feelings in the meld. Perhaps he was beginning to rely on it too much when it came to the women in his life. "I love you," he said for the third time that night. "I know," she said, but her smile was brilliant nonetheless. "And you know I love you too. So win them back. I don't like to feel your sadness. It's far too painful." Then she left, leaving Harry alone with his sadness. "Before we begin our class, there's something I want to stress you all," Harry lectured loudly to his sixth years. "There's a key aspect to defense that is not covered in this subject. There is not near enough education in this aspect of magic at this school. To learn it you need to take an apprenticeship after Hogwarts. While it's usually necessary for you to come to maturity before you begin learning, and more so, practicing this kind of magic, the basics are essential when fighting for your life." Harry looked around the room, his eyes pausing unbidden over 2 sixth years in particular. Neither one of them had spoken a word to him in over a week. It was more painful than he could have ever imagined. being without them. He wanted to take Luna's advice and try to win them back but wasn't sure where to start. He had a strong understanding of psychology and knew he ought to just talk to them. But his guilt was holding him back. There was also the fact that they were his students and he was their professor. There were many reasons why he shouldn't have kissed them that night. I am, of course, talking about healing, he continued. Flawlessly defeating your opponent is all well and good, but even the best can sustain injury in battle. Harry gave his wand a flick. And short pamphlets of spell sheets were distributed on each desk. There will be no homework on this topic, as it is not strictly defense, he said, but I urge you to study those first aid spells, learn them. But don't put them to practice without supervision from myself or Madame Pomfrey. He paused while the students flipped curiously through the short booklet, reading the names and descriptions and moving on. When a few made it to the end of the pamphlet he continued. Those of you who have reached the final page are no doubt curious to know what that particular spell is all about. He paused again while the rest of the class flipped over. This is the kind of spell we will be learning in class today. It is a very different form of magic, one I have already taught some of to my 7th years who have attempted to learn it. Only one was successful in learning that particular spell and only because she has been receiving private lessons from me. Harry looked around the room to gauge the reactions. There was a mixture of eager faces looking forward to the challenge and annoyed ones wondering why their time was being wasted on something they'd never learn. He pointed his wand at his own hand, turning it in a tight circle against his skin and intoned loudly for the class to hear. Invoke Animus Nova. His skin glowed a bright green briefly before settling to its original color. So, Harry said, pacing the room as if nothing happened so far, reading the description, what does this spell do? Hermione, who had stopped raising her hand in his class after being refused so many times, was the only one to raise her hand. Yes, Miss Granger, Harry said. She started for a moment, apparently surprised for being picked and too interested in the subject matter to remember she was mad at him. It will heal you as you are injured? She asked in somewhat disbelief. Like regeneration. Harry held up his left hand without a word and swiped his wand across it. A large gash appeared, but it healed in less than a second. Indeed, he said. He had every student's undivided attention now. The question then is, how effective is this ability in a fight? What are the limits to the spell's ability? We'll get to that in a moment. Harry flicked his wand at the back wall of the room and it expanded out behind him. He stood in the center and then pointed his wand at the blackboard. A single word appeared, evocation. What we will actually be learning today is a special kind of magic that has been lost through the ages, Harry said. Any guesses what evocation means? Again, only Hermione's hand went up. Miss Granger, Harry prompted, making the girl narrow her eyes at him. Apparently she was suspicious of his motives behind picking her. She was correct as usual. Calling forth spirits. She tried. Correct, Harry said with a suspicious chuckle. 10 points to Gryffindor. I'm curious, I know that this kind of magic is a common myth in the Muggle world, but what made you say spirits specifically? Hermione shrugged, avoiding Harry's eyes. I read it in a book once. A book on actual evocation? He asked in surprise. She nodded. Well, you'll have to show it to me sometime. Harry waved his wand in a tight circle. Invoke Vis Ravis. A massive ghostly wolf about the size of a small sedan leapt from his wand, immediately passing back and forth in front of Harry, earning a couple shrieks of surprise from the class. Invoke Animus Chepi. A strange dragon-like creature about the size of a house cat burst forth this time. It had 4 translucent insect-like wings and its body was a shimmering blue, with 6 stubby legs underneath. It flew around the room, eventually settling on Ernie Macmillan's desk and cocked its head towards the cowering boy curiously. Invoke Elementum Rack. This time it was what looked like a long rock that just sat motionless on the ground. These are examples of some of the spirits you can evoke, Harry said, gesturing to the 3 beings that appeared. They represent 3 of the 4 different types of spirits that can be summoned. The wolf is what's called a nature type, the dragon a magical type, and the lazy lump by my feet is an elemental type. At the mention of said lazy lump it tilted a long head up and roared at him, though it could have easily been a yawn, showing off several rows of flat gray teeth. Harry chuckled at it, enjoying the looks of shock he was receiving from the class. These 3 are particularly high-level evocations and won't be possible to create immediately, he continued. With practice though, it is very doable. To be completely honest with you, this branch of magic could be taught as its own subject outside of defense against the dark arts. Perhaps one of you could one day be the first ever evocation professor at Hogwarts if that is the path you choose to take. Harry spent the remainder of the first half of the double period lecturing about how evocation magic worked. The differences between the types and the reasons they're so helpful in a fight, not to mention how useful they can be in other aspects of life. His students followed along, taking notes as he spoke, the excitement about the new form of magic obvious on each face. Eventually, Harry waved his wand and 3 spell sheets appeared in the air in red lettering. These are level 1 evocation spells, some of the simplest spirits to summon. One for each of the 3 types you see here, he said. Split into 3 groups, each group working on a different type. Learn the story of the spirit first, its important to understand them completely before you attempt to call them. I should mention that the same spirit cannot be evoked by 2 people at the same time, they are individual beings. Any questions? Almost every hand went up. Mr. Malfoy, Harry called. Why did you go on about healing and that green spell if you aren't going to teach it? Draco asked. Because I am going to teach it, Harry replied. As part of evocation we'll be learning about body strengthening spells, like the one I showed you. These spells require evoking spirits into your own body for various positive results. A murmur of excitement spread around the room. Mr. Boot, Harry asked the Ravenclaw boy who still had his hand up. What is the 4th type, sir? Terry asked. The 4th type is your link, he answered with a grin. At their questioning looks Harry continued. This type of spirit is unique in that each witch or wizard can only ever evoke one link type, and each link can only be attached to one person. After your link chooses you are tied to it. These evocations can be very powerful, but can also be very dangerous. It is not something I will be teaching you unless you prove to be incredibly adept at the art. More hands were in the air and Harry had to grin. It was quite easy to lead a class in the direction of his choosing. Miss Abbott, Harry said. Do you have a link type, sir? Hannah asked. Yes, he said simply. Miss Bones. Single quote. Well, can you show us? Susan asked in exasperation. Harry paused, he wondered if anyone else noticed the 3 evocations in front of him turning to look at him nervously. He swirled his wand in a circle while saying, Reditus, 3 times, each time the wolf, dragon then crocodile disappeared. He then proceeded to erect shields, barriers and wards between himself and the class. He outstretched his wand arm and swung it wide. A trail of light followed his wand tip until it made a perfect circle. He waved it in the center in a complicated pattern then brought the tip of his wand to the top of the circle, speaking in a hoarse voice. Dean Mortem crit. His wand came down in a straight line, leaving a trail of black this time. The effect was as if he were unzipping a doorway. Which in a way, he was. A pale humanoid hand sprung forth from the line impossibly fast, the entire class jumped in their seats. The hand was white as a corpse, long fingers ended in longer black lacquered nails. A bare foot came next with similar features. Then the head. Long white silky hair covered its features, but for those who looked close enough they could make out a feminine face with eyebrows of red paint. 2 eyes looked out at the class, one completely red and angry, the other black and sad. Her mouth made a thin line, her jaw giving the impression of being clenched. As the being pulled itself up to its full height she could be seen wearing a black tattered robe that hung on her bony frame loosely. Her set jaw turned into a frown when she saw the face. Looking back at her until Harry stepped calmly past her and she smiled, showing off her jagged teeth. What? She said in a clear powerful voice that sounded strange coming from such a dead-looking woman. No chains this time, master. You know full well those chains were never for you, Credenta, Harry said evenly. I didn't bring you here to help me fight. Why am I here then? She snapped suddenly, the class jumped again. Harry remained motionless, then Credenta's smile returned. You're going to provide payment in advance, are you? Yes, Harry said, holding out an arm. I also wanted to show you off to my students. Credenta held her arm up in the air where a black scythe appeared in her hand. Can't say your students interest me much, she said, eyeing the proffered arm. Her scythe came down in a flash, severing Harry's right arm at the shoulder. There were shrieks of fear as the entire class rose to their feet and backed away at once. Several wands were in hand, aiming at the evocation. Hermione and Susan were the first to draw. "Remember," Harry said calmly to the class, "all I did before had its purpose." From the stump at Harry's shoulder his flesh started shifting and working its way outward. In just over a minute Harry had a fresh arm that he was squeezing and testing for strength. A wave of his wand repaired his torn robes. "You and Nova take all the fun out of it," Credenta pouted, slipping the dripping severed arm into her robes where it promptly disappeared. The strange woman stepped forward toward the students but stopped when her hand hit an invisible barrier. "You won't even let me meet them," she whined. Harry watched her red eye closely. Very quickly it landed on first Susan then Hermione. "I like those two," Credenta said, pointing at the two women who had wands pointed at her still. "They seem very angry that I hurt you. I wonder what they would do if I killed you." "Let's not find out," Harry said with a grimace then turned to the class. "This is Credenta, my very charming link spirit that chose me. I believe she likes me because of my high tolerance for pain and my penchant for brooding." "Like is a strong word," she said to the class, tapping a long nail to her shriveled pale lips thoughtfully. "Did you really bring me here as some kind of subject to teach with?" "Yes," Harry said, waving his wand at the barriers, allowing them to dissolve. "Be good or I'll bring you back for something even more mundane next time." "Yes, Master," Credenta said, making a beeline for Susan and holding out her hand pleasantly. "Credenta, goddess of death. Pleasure to meet you, Susan Bones." Susan was shaking slightly, her wand still pointing at the woman. After glancing at Harry nervously and receiving a reassuring nod she replaced her wand. Dian took Credenta's hand with her own trembling one. How do you know my name?" she asked shakily. "Your parents told me all about you," she said as if it were obvious. "They want you to know that they're very proud of you." Susan's eyes went wide as saucers as the pale woman shook her limp hand enthusiastically. Harry took the opportunity to elaborate. As Credenta said, she is the goddess of death. A spirit that dwells in the world between here and the afterlife. Apparently she is one of the 13 rulers in that world. This is the kind of link spirit that you can bond with if you are chosen by it. Credenta was making her way throughout the class, impressing each student with her knowledge of them and their dead loved ones. "As I said before, link spirits are incredibly powerful and incredibly dangerous," Harry continued. "I have melded with Credenta and let me tell you that she has a very strong desire to kill me, or anyone she likes for that matter," he said the last with an apologetic look at Hermione and Susan. "She desires to kill those people so she can visit them in the afterlife," he continued. "But don't worry, she won't harm any of you. She has already made a vow to keep you all safe." "Yes," Credenta said as she moved back to Harry, "but I made no such vow to you." Her scythe swung in a flash at his neck but Harry's wand was just as fast. The scythe collided into an invisible barrier and the spirit was blasted back against the back wall hard. "Behave, Credenta," Harry said in an amused voice. "Just want to get you before you get too old," she mumbled grumpily. "I'm going back since your payment has been made. Call me if you actually need me, Master." Credenta waved her scythe in a wide circle and vanished. Harry stepped back to his desk at the front of the class and took a look at some of his notes for the next class. When he looked up and everyone was still standing and staring at him he waved his wand to make a loud crack. "What are you all waiting for?" he asked loudly, gesturing to the 3 spell sheets still floating in the air. "Get to work." By the end of the class only about half the students had managed to evoke one of the spirits. Ernie Macmillan had actually managed all 3. When Harry said he might have a natural affinity to this kind of magic the boy immediately wanted to be tutored in it. Hermione was the only other person who had managed to. She currently had a chubby ethereal owl sitting on her head, looking around at the gathered students curiously. The second class finished, Hermione was quick to vanish the owl and follow Susan to be among the first to leave. "I could always just kill you," Credenta whispered into his ear once the final student left. "Then they would be sad and mourn over your corpse." The air beside Harry shimmered, revealing the death spirit hanging off his shoulder. "I thought you left," he said unconvincingly. Credenta's face suddenly turned serious, looking around the room as if she was seeing something Harry couldn't. "I can feel a powerful presence watching you, Harry," she said seriously. "It feels like them." Harry sent his magic to his eyes and looked at the trace he knew she was talking about. Then removed the spell that was being used to watch him. I'm aware, Credenta, he said darkly. I don't know how it is they are in this world and I don't know why they've just been watching me. But I may be calling on you again soon. I am yours, Master, she said, opening a gateway with a pointed finger. You know I hate it when you call me that, Harry pouted. Oh, but it's so kinky, don't you think? The goddess of death said as she stepped back into her own world. Harry sat cross-legged in his defense against the dark arts classroom, searching the strange traces of magic that have been troubling him lately. At first he thought little of it. While it felt familiar, it wasn't as if the magic would not be known in this world. There were many people who would find gain from keeping an eye on him. But now with Credenta's warning, he knew it was as he initially feared. While the prospect of meeting his old friends again should have made him happy, certain words that the Guardian of Knowledge had once said to him gave him pause. You think of me as your friend, she said in his mind. It is a mistake. What do you mean? Harry asked. You have guided me since I've come to this place. You're the best teacher I've ever had. Why wouldn't I think of you as my friend? Because I will be the one to end your life one day. Harry shivered at the memory. She had told him that before a particularly brutal session with the Guardian of Power. The next time he melded with her she didn't mention anything about it, almost as if it didn't happen. That said, he never asked about it again. Perhaps that was foolish, in hindsight. He had convinced himself that she meant it in a less literal sense. That due to some of the knowledge she imparted, he would one day meet his end. The fact that he felt the Guardian's presence here and now, in this world, was rather worrying. Harry Potter had no plans of dying. He had attempted to track them down, intending to find out the truth of why and how they were here, but he was incapable. There was no doubt the two Guardians had made their presence known intentionally, but if they didn't want to actually be found he would have no chance of it. There was nothing to be done about it but wait, and perhaps train a little bit more than he had been. Not that he had much time to himself these days, his duties as a professor kept him rather busy. Add in the dueling club and the various students he melds with on a weekly basis and he barely has time to eat. Then he felt three more familiar people nearing the classroom. He had expected it, if he was being honest. He knew Luna would take matters into her own hands if he didn't do anything himself. Not to mention all the questions he knew Hermione had for him after their last defense class. He didn't budge when they entered the room, but he could make out the hurried quiet that fell when they saw him. Soon Hermione sat against his back and he couldn't help the smile that lit his face when he felt the familiar sensation after so long. To his surprise, Hermione initiated the meld with him. He quickly buried all thoughts of the Guardians down deep to keep them from her. No use worrying his friends for the moment. Congratulations, Hermione, Harry said into her mind. I knew it would only be a matter of time. Her mind was silent for a moment and he could feel her searching his. At his forefront he was thinking of the night he kissed them. The guilt and the regret, the sadness and the fear that he had lost them forever. The hope he felt now that they were here and the love and joy he felt about the mistakes, the kisses were rather mind-blowing after all. Luna is right, she said eventually, you have such a complicated mind. What did you hide from me when I first began to meld? Something dangerous, he replied. I'm sorry, Hermione, but I can't tell you about it. He didn't think the Guardians were interested in anyone but him, but he didn't want to tempt them by spreading the knowledge of their presence. Even now, he could feel them watching him. He did not know if they could see into the meld, but he wouldn't put it past them. Especially not her. I've been watching you, Harry continued when Hermione stayed silent. On the map mostly. Have you and Susan been melding since that night I made such a botch of things? Hermione sent a small amount of amusement through. Yes, she admitted. And you are here because Luna asked you to be? Harry asked. Or could you hold back your many questions about evocation no longer? Hermione laughed out loud. Her shoulders seemed to relax against him. I came because I missed you, she said. It's hard to stay mad at you, even if you're a bloody pervert. It was Harry's turn to laugh. I'm sorry, he said out loud so Susan could hear too. I let myself be led by my own selfish desires that were overwhelming me. It was tactless and cruel and incredibly unprofessional. Hermione broke the meld and turned around to hug him. She buried her face into the back of his neck and he felt a shiver run down his spine. When he opened his eyes, Susan was sitting cross-legged in front of him, smiling. "Hey," he said, smiling back at her. "Hey," she returned, her smile growing. She reached out a hand and Harry took it, squeezing it tightly. "Maybe we can try just all being friends for a little while before we have a foursome," Luna said from off to the side. Harry whipped his head around to the blonde girl who had a very un-Luna-like mischievous smile on her face. "Oh, shut up, Luna," Hermione laughed into Harry's back. Harry let out a choked laugh as he felt tears of joy build up in his eyes. "You forgive me then?" he asked his friends. "Yes," Hermione said from over his shoulder. At the same time Susan said, "Always." Luna came and sat down next to Susan, taking Harry's other hand. "I'll only forgive you when you kiss me too," she said with the same smirk on her face. Harry's eyebrows went up, but then the three girls started laughing, so Harry laughed too. It felt good to laugh with his friends again. It was only a few weeks before exams and the school was abuzz with excitement. Even the fifth years who were going slightly mad from reviewing for their owls were able to let go and enjoy the exciting affair. The dueling clubs tournament had been the talk of the school and the popularity of the event had even spread across magical Britain. The tournament thus far had been an epic display of marvelous spell-casting and athleticism. The quarter-finals are where things truly began to get exciting. Susan Bones and Neville Longbottom's duel promises to be talked about for generations, with the Hufflepuff girl barely coming out on top. That was only second to the bout between Luna Lovegood and Hermione Granger. To the surprise of many, it was Luna who won the match. She was a natural with a spell that conjures heavy sharp chains and controls them to simultaneously block and attack. The fight ended when Hermione was disarmed after her wand arm received a bad gash. The semi-finals saw no Gryffindor students, with 2 Ravenclaws and 1 from each other house. Luna defeated Draco Malfoy, who had been training relentlessly with the help of Professor Snape. She won in much the same way she defeated Hermione Granger. Her chains seemed unstoppable. Susan Bones fell in the other match. To the quick favorite of the tournament, Marietta Edgecombe. Marietta showed a wide range of deadly and unpredictable spells that she used with great effectiveness. Susan fought well but was soon overwhelmed by Marietta's multi-angled attack. So it was that 2 Ravenclaw students, a 5th and a 7th year, were poised to fight in the large arena that was set up on the Quidditch pitch. The Who say of the Mind had never been more explosive at the matches they cheered on their 2 housemates. Professor Flitwick was beside himself with pride, though everyone knew they were both students who took private lessons with Harry Potter. The stands needed to be magically expanded to fit the guests from outside the school that came to watch the match. Anyone who was anyone was in attendance. Albus Dumbledore made his return to the school for the first time since his retirement and shared a box with the Minister of Magic, Amelia Bones. There were food trolleys and vendors moving up and down the large aisles selling omnioculars and butterbeers and all manner of sweets. Seeing as the fight itself, while promising to be good, would also be relatively short, Harry organized some friendly duels between the members of the club for entertainment. They put on a mini house versus house tournament, which Gryffindor won. Ravenclaw was quick to point out that they would have won had their 2 best duelists been competing. There was also a rematch between Sirius Black and Severus Snape. The match was similar to the last, Sirius relying on trickery, though this time Snape didn't let his guard down and managed to turn the Transfiguration Professor's trap against him. Sirius was furious, demanding another rematch, which the Potions Professor was quick to accept. The students joked that their duels would be a yearly tradition and promised to become rather boring. Harry Potter stood in the center of the large square ring between the 2 combatants with his wand to his throat. "Now for the finals of this year's dueling club," he said in a magically enhanced voice, both finalists being from Ravenclaw House. A field of blue in the audience erupted in cheers. The 2 duelists didn't seem to hear anything. Even though these 2 had a bit of a history, Marietta being one of Luna's bullies, there were no thoughts of that, just winning this fight against a worthy opponent. Harry had melded with both of them before the match and he knew what each of them had planned. Luna wouldn't defeat this opponent the same way she tore through the rest of the competition, she would need to adapt. That said, one of Luna Lovegood's biggest strengths was her unpredictability, a factor that hasn't really been at play so far in this tournament. Of course, that had been Marietta's strategy all along, a consistent inconsistency. She was 2 years older with a magical education to match. She knew a good deal more spells than Luna, and she had been trained by Harry Potter. Luna had been trained by him too, of course. But Marietta's education has been very concentrated on fighting. It would be an interesting matchup. In 7th year, Marietta Edgecombe. Harry cried. The crowd all roared its approval and the girl in question gave a stiff wave toward where her family was seated. In 5th year, Luna Lovegood. The crowd cheered again, perhaps a bit louder for the younger girl. Harry could hear a bird of prey cry from the crowd and looked around to see Xenophilius Lovegood waving a large blue flag with the Ravenclaw raven on it, shrieking loudly straight from the fabric. Luna didn't seem to even register the audience. She just continued to stare serenely at Marietta as if she were watching a cloud float by. "Fighters ready," Harry called. They both nodded. "Bo." They did. "Begin." As soon as he word was out of his mouth, both duelists silently sent a series of spells at each other. Luna dove out of the way while Marietta opted to shield. While she rolled, Luna conjured a chain twice as CK as her arms with a mean spike at the end flying toward Marietta. The 7th year girl banished herself out of the way and waved her wand in a tight circle. A large crocodile made of solid rock sent out and latched its jaws on the chain, holding it in place. At the same moment Luna sent a wave of water at Marietta. The older girl reacted quickly and split the water with a sonic boom that sent the spells heading toward her behind the water to veer wide of their mark. The crowd was going ballistic. The level of duel that the two girls were displaying was unheard of in modern wizards. These Woe would be able to hold their own against some of the better Aurors, at least for a little while. Instead of abandoning her chain that was being weighed down completely, Luna took the moment to wrap up the crocodile, not wanting it to become more of a problem. By this point a flaming whip was flying toward Luna and she countered it by summoning another chain which bullied the whip aside and swung toward Marietta, who abandoned the whip and transfigured the portion of the chain that was about to collide with her into a dozen ravens. Luna opted to send another high wave of water at her opponent, which submerged the ravens and was blocked this time by a large pillar of stone. Luna's counter was more aggressive this time. 2 chains swung from either side of the pillar and began wrapping around it and its occupant behind. Marietta went to the only place she could, launching herself up into the air, sending spells at Luna before she even caught sight of her. They collided uselessly into a third chain that pierced the top of her shoulder, knocking her back, the weight of her body tearing the flesh clinging to the chain for her to fall to the floor with a crash. Her cry of pain somehow read over the echo, and Harry's wand was already in his hand to stop the match, but he knew it wasn't over yet. Out of the dust and rubble, Marietta was sliding across the ground on her feet incredibly quickly, away from the dangerous chains. Luna swung the one that wasn't dug into the pillar across the platform, slowly catching up to the older girl as she slid around the edge of the arena. Why through her slide she sent up a large burst of purple smoke, blocking her from sight. The chain passed through the smoke without colliding with anything, so Luna transfigured a half wall in front of herself and sent a strong blast of wind to clear the fog. Even before the spell reached the fog, a gray and blue blur was rushing along the ground incredibly quickly, bursting through the stone wall and knocking Luna backward. Marietta had freed the stone crocodile in the midst of the fog, and though it's heavy, it could also move incredibly quickly. As Luna fell, she sent another heavy chain out of her wand and it collided hard with the girl on the crocodile's back, sending her sprawling off her mount with a deep gash through her arm, nearly tearing the appendage off. Marietta landed hard with a heavy grunt. At the same moment the elemental evocation plopped itself on top of Luna, holding tight to the younger Ravenclaw's wand arm with its powerful jaws. A few moments later, Luna's wand flew out of her hand from Marietta's spell, who was walking toward her opponent, aiming her wand at the disarmed girl. The wound in Marietta's arm was rapidly healing. The crowd erupted as Harry climbed up on stage, removing the debris and making his way to the combatants. "You were brilliant, Luna," Harry said as he helped the girl to her feet and healed her minor hurts. She gave a sad nod and looked the victor, who was watching the crowd with a massive smile and tears in her eyes. "She was more brilliant," Luna said, smiling happily at the girl. Harry walked over to Marietta and took her hand, holding it high in the air. "Your champion," he he cried in a magically amplified voice. Marietta Edgecombe. The crowd broke into chants of, Marietta, and the woman in question waved and laughed and was in a state of disbelief. She turned and hugged him suddenly, crying happily into his shoulder. Thank you, Professor Potter, she said genuinely. Thank you, Harry. Harry returned the hug and let out a loud laugh. You've earned it, Marietta. I have a feeling you'll get that job you're after now. She laughed again into his shoulder but stopped suddenly, unnaturally. Harry pulled away to look at her but she stood unmoving, her eyes darting about in confusion. Truly a marvelous display, a bored voice called from behind Harry. He whirled and reacted immediately. Marietta and Luna went flying. And landed gently against the wall at the edge of the arena. Two figures walked toward him, an old man whose face looked wrinkled one moment and smooth the next and a woman wearing long blue robes who he could still recognize despite her not being made of stone. It was impossible to put an age to her, she still wore her pointed hat and her unnaturally smooth face was wearing a sad smile. She was a beautiful woman. Taller than Harry thought she would be, with pale skin, dark eyes and long black hair. Guardians of knowledge and power, Harry said respectfully, giving a low bow. What are you doing here? His heart was pounding. His immediate thoughts were of the crowd that was gathered, all the innocents present. If there was to be a fight, they could all be in danger. His eyes met the ones of the Guardian of Knowledge and he knew she was reading his thoughts. He let her pass his barriers willingly, sending his questions to be asked and spoken. They will not be harmed, she said calmly. We are here for you. The time has come. The old man chuckled and pulled out his wand, waving it in a wide arc above his head. The two Ravenclaw combatants floated safely up to the rest of the audience and a large domed shield appeared around the arena to join Harry's own. The arena also grew quite a bit larger. How are you here? Harry asked this time. They were the guardians of that strange space. He had always assumed they had always been as such. Credenta told him while they were in the space that they seemed like something more, but even she couldn't say what. When you left, Knowledge answered. Time moved and the door opened for us. It was time for us to leave. So we left. She began walking toward Harry slowly and he felt the need to raise his wand. Why come for me then? He asked sharply. No riddles. You've come to kill me. She smiled sadly and gave a small nod. By all laws of nature you were meant to be dead, she explained. If you had aged you would be over 2,000 years old. You have fulfilled your purpose, it is past time for you to die. And what about you two? Harry snapped. You two have surely been in that space far longer than me, have you not? What gives you the right to live while I die? The old man laughed harder than Harry had ever seen him. You haven't learned a thing, have you? He said through his deep laughter. That place was C. Read it at the same instant for all of us, by us. We are the guardians of that place and the creators of it, in order to guide the one that is worthy, you. The woman continued to walk toward him until she was a step away and stopped. We will die too, Harry Potter, she said, allowing herself a shrug. It is how it must be. Harry stared at the woman for a long time. She did not attempt to delve into his mind again, which was good as he had no idea if he would have the ability to stop her. Who are you? He finally asked. The woman smiled at him and held herself a little taller, her voice came out magically amplified so the crowd could hear as well. I am Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the 4 founders of this school. Harry's mouth dropped open. Of all the answers he didn't expect a name he would actually recognize. Not to mention one that was supposed to have been dead for 1,000 years. And I am Hezek Peverell, the old man said. Your many times great-grandfather as it happens. RRY took a few steps back from Rowena Ravenclaw, feeling the power that was welling up from the old man. So how is this going to work then? He asked with a sneer. Do you think I'll just roll over and die because you've said I must? No, Rowena said as she walked off to the side, we expect you to die as a warrior with a wand in hand. I expect you to die as the man you are. When she reached the edge of the arena she sat and a gold barrier appeared around her. You may fight Hezek first, she said. If you manage to beat him a second time, you will battle me. Are you prepared? Harry couldn't help the feeling of relief he felt even in the current situation. He had no idea if Rowena Ravenclaw was more powerful or weaker than Hezek Peverell, but he knew his death would be a certainty if he fought them both. He nodded at the seated woman. Very well then, she said loudly, her voice echoing about the arena once more. You may begin. A cluster of vines launched from the old man's wand, growing hard and thick as trees as a proverbial forest charged at Harry. Without even waving his wand, a burst of flame erupted from Harry, the inferno burning the trees to ash in an instant. He quickly created a series of steel walls sporadically around him and a bubble of clear air to protect him from the poisonous fumes of the burning tree. With his wand placed at his throat, he breathed out a deadly purple gas that was sucked out of his air pocket and mingled with the black smoke. He deflected the massive spears before they even made it halfway to him and responded with a wide arc of lightning. The lightning redirected to a large metal rod which Harry transfigured into a series of golden daggers. They shifted in midair, then took off with a whoosh of wind. A massive bear appeared from nowhere, the daggers piercing its skin before it huddled down in the center of the arena. Harry quickly put up a barrier and swept his wand in a circle on his chest as the beast erupted in a massive explosion, sending all the gas and debris to the edge of the arenas. The blast was so powerful Harry still felt it rack his body through the barrier, but any damage was recovered quickly as his skin glowed green. Strange, Hezek said across from him, tapping his foot impatiently. I thought you said you wanted to live. Before the words were out of his mouth, 50 chains burst out around the edges of the arena, each link as large as Hagrid. Ha! The old man laughed. That's more like it. It is about time you show that young girl what it means to master this spell. Harry charged forward, 2 of his chains sweeping in front of him, his wand waving in a circle at his side. Deem mortem crit, he shouted as his wand thrust downward. Credenta. What, do you think I'm blind? His linked spirit asked sharply. Bursting from the gate, twin scythes already drawn, Credenta leapt onto a chain that was thrusting above where the old man was, while 20 more chains swung down toward him. In a jarring instant all the chains froze in place. Harry transfigured the 2 in front of him into thin long sheets of metal and sent them sliding along the ground toward the man, creating an ear-splitting screech. Through the lane Harry saw Hezek sending spells at him at a blinding speed. Harry countered with his own spells, dueling the bastard properly. The killing curse made its way into Hezek's arsenal, forcing Harry to block with thinner pieces of chain he now had rotating around his entire body. With a wide jerk of Harry's wand the chains were all suddenly in motion again, rushing to war. The man and Harry sent a massive chain directly down the aisle between them. The chains all froze again before they could make contact, and Hezek's shield blocked all of Harry's follow-up spells, not the twin blades that cut through his barrier like butter and bit into the man's neck. Before the blades could take off his head, Credenta was sent flying back through the air, but she had done her job. A nasty purple curse collided with the man's head and sent him flying backward into a spiked chain directly behind him that stabbed through his heart. Harry disarmed Hezek, destroyed the wand, and banished all the evocations the man had placed upon himself. Credenta was behind Hezek the next instant, standing on the chain that pierced through him, scythes crossed over his neck, digging into his skin but not removing the head quite yet. Hezek Peverell laughed, a gurgled weak chuckle that leaked blood out of his mouth. You are worthy of my line, young man, he said in a choked voice. I will see you soon, I suppose. He coughed harshly, sending splashes of blood to the ground. I appear to be out of time, the man said, giving one last weak chuckle before his head fell from his shoulders. Harry glanced over to the side through a cage of chains where Rowena was still sitting patiently. He waved his wand at the corpse and it burst into an intense flame, floating in the air. As it burned into ash he conjured an ornate urn and moved the remains within it and vanishing it with another spell. Looking back to Rowena, she was on her feet, walking toward him. Her too? Credenta questioned from behind him, and Harry nodded. She seems much more lively than I remember her. As the woman approached she waved her hand and a long light brown wand appeared in it. Greetings Credenta, goddess of mortem, Rowena said with a bow. It is fitting that you are witness to the end of so many great lives here today. Do not weigh your life above any other, witch. Credenta snapped with a sneer, showing off her pointed teeth. Rowena nodded in acknowledgement of the goddess, point then turned to Harry. Do you remember what I told you? She asked softly. Yes, Harry said, matching Credenta's sneer. But I'm done living and dying according to prophecies. The founder of Hogwarts laughed at that. Prophecy? She asked incredulously. No, her mood turned somber. This is simply confidence in my own overwhelming knowledge. She began vanishing the chains and debris around the arena, Harry helping her after a moment. The instant it was clear and repaired, she disapparated, appearing at the other side of the platform. Apparently some rules didn't apply to her at this school. She waved her wand in a wide circle above her head, opening a gate the same way Harry did to summon Credenta. Did we start, or is she just cheating? Credenta mumbled. I suppose she's leveling the playing field, Harry sighed, feeling Nova ebb within his body. We could just attack right now, you know, Credenta pointed out. It's not like you need to fight fair when your life's on the line. Also, she waited till the old bum roughed you up a bit. Vulpus corvum moonin, Rowena Ravenclaw shouted. Ir buffeted the arena as a giant bird with 6 wings burst out of the gate and into the sky. It had midnight black feathers that would have been impossible to see at night, its eyes glowed an eerie UE that seemed to trail as it moved its head in a screeching cry that reverberated off the surroundings. Can you do that? Harry asked Credenta teasingly. No, she said dryly, I can talk. Harry chuckled despite himself. He put an arm around Credenta in a half hug. At least I'll have you if I die, he said with a half smile at his link spirit. Giving up? She asked darkly. Never. Rowena Ravenclaw raised her wand high in the air and Harry mimicked the motion. Credenta hopped up onto Harry's left shoulder and looked up to the imposing bird in the sky with a grin. Are you prepared? Rowena asked in a magically amplified voice. Yes, Harry answered quietly. Let us begin. At her words both wands swung down and sent an identical jet of yellow light at the other. In the same moment Tanta launched herself off of Harry's shoulder toward the bird that was diving at them. The spells met in the middle and dissolved into each other, but there were 4 more yellow spells behind the first heading toward Harry. He conjured 2 mirrors, one directly in front of him and one behind Rowena. The spells passed into the mirror and came out behind the founder, who disparated before they collided, causing the spells to pass through the first mirror again and repeat the process in an endless loop. Harry whirled and barely managed to conjure a chain across himself before a killing curse and another yellow spell collided with it. The chain gave a violent jerk, then proceeded to attempt to wrap Harry around it, who transfigured it into a massive snake which charged at Rowena but was banished. Back toward Harry, who sent a sharp wind in front of him that split the snake in 2, leaving him untouched as the body passed on either side of him. Up in the air, Credenta had sprouted 2 black wings and was trying to tear into the bird with a gargantuan scythe she held in one hand. The bird was nimble despite its size, flowing through the air as if it were the wind itself. It avoided Credenta easily, sending deadly blue tornadoes of magical wind at Harry that Credenta snuffed out with a small black fan that had appeared in her other hand. Once Harry cut the snake in 2, he was faced with a golden flame that was surrounding him. Harry held out his wand and the flame seeped into it, his eyes darting around him all the while. The world outside of the flames was turning an overwhelming just as Harry finished absorbing the phoenix fire. Credenta! He yelled loudly, and the spirit landed perched on his shoulders, wings spread wide, her massive scythe turning into a wand. His senses were completely overwhelmed for a brief moment until he felt her wand tap his temple so he could see a bit, his eyes turning into the same black and red as Credenta's, though all was still dark but or 2 blue orbs moving around the sky like shooting stars. Harry sent magic to his eyes, but even then the blackness dulled his senses more than a few meters away from him. Spells started arriving from all directions and Harry had to block or dodge at a moment's notice. Credenta was kept busy defending from the sky as the 2 of them started getting overwhelmed. Give me time, Harry yelled as blue orbs started appearing around them and above them that matched the 2 moving around the sky. How? She asked desperately. Harry dug down through the arena floor, bringing Credenta with him. Bring us as high as you can, Harry said, sealing the hole and crouching low. Credenta wrapped her black wings around them both as the ground began to tremble ferociously. He felt a shift in his vision, turned from complete black to having specks of blue. Harry snapped his wand forward and spoke in a quiet, clear voice. Solis adustio revelio lumo insolio blindus apricus soliolumoscessa. A massive orb burst out of Harry's wand. It would have been blinding to him if Credenta hadn't changed his eyes already. As it was, he saw the blackness fade to reveal the arena once more, he saw the blue swirling Wind and barrage of spells about to collide with him, and he saw Credenta shift in front of him with her arms outstretched. Harry drew a line from his own chest to her back, then shifted into his falcon animagus form and dove. AHG. Credenta cried as a wing, arm and leg were ripped from her body by the powerful wind, and a series of spells pierced several holes through her torso. Harry reverted back, 2 human inches from the ground, and quickly raised barriers and a shield, though no spells came. She was quite wise to protect you, Rowena said from below her massive spirit. A single hit from T-Wind or any of the decaying curses would have devastated your body. Not even your regenerative spirit would have saved you. Harry was breathing hard, feeling exhausted, watching the bird circle arrow. To his right as Rowena moved to his left. You cannot defeat me without her, Harry Potter, she said. Not that you could hope to succeed even if she did not fall. Are you prepared? Harry waved his wand to the imitation of the sun he had conjured and moved it to his right. Your desperation is foolish, Rowena said, raising her wand at Harry from his left. I have never needed to look at you to see you. Are you prepared? With a wide sweep of his wand he conjured 3 golden chains around him about the thickness of his wand. For one with so much knowledge you really are stupid, you know, Harry said with a grin. I don't plan on dying anytime soon. The gold chains elongated and surrounded his body partially, the 3 pointed ends coming to a rest aiming at Rowena. So be it, she said in a resigned voice. There was an intensely loud caw of pain from his right as the bird lost 3 wings to a massive black scythe. Rowena tried to help her linked spirit, but Harry's chains rose up to intercept her pale green spells. He chose that moment to launch the golden phoenix fire he had absorbed earlier at Rowena, sending a thick metal chain directly behind it. She vanished the flame in an instant, but the chain dug into her chest before she could turn and dissipate. A loud crash that Harry knew came from the fallen bird sounded the same instant she hit the ground. Harry vanished high's chain before Rowena's yellow spell even left her wand. She had apparated behind the 3 yellow spells still endlessly traveling through the mirrors, but Harry anticipated it, his golden chains wrapped around where she appeared. All 3 points stabbed into her wand hand, rendering it useless. Just as Harry turned to the fallen bird, he saw a sharp wind aiming for his neck. The knife-like gale sliced clean through an ear and skinned the side of his face as he tried to avoid it, but he recovered quickly and sent the bird beyond a gate and out of the fight. He vanished the mirrors, the 3's pels fizzling finally against the outer shields, and walked warily to Rowena Ravenclaw while blood flowed heavily from the side of his face. She dropped the wand out of her bound hand, wandlessly summoning it with the other. But before it even reached her fingers, a scythe cut her arm off at the elbow and a thick steel chain pierced her heart. The witch's eyes widened a fraction, but that was the only indication she was in any kind of pain. She observed the wound on Harry's face curiously, then glanced at the perfectly healthy Credenta. You transferred Nova, Rowena said in understanding. Hadn't noticed, the false sun, a magnificent move to be sure. She let out a ragged cough, spitting up blood all over the chain that was currently through her chest. Harry was still wary of her, his wand not straying from the witch's head. Who knew what other tricks she could have up her sleeve? Thank you, Harry, she said in a weak voice with a smile to match. For being a good friend, and fulfilling the final wish of these 2 old fools. Harry's hand twitched, then he allowed his arm to drop to his side. And what was this final wish? He asked with a sigh. To let us die at the hands of someone worthy enough to do it. She said, her eyes beginning to glaze over, her smile fading from lack of strength. I'm sorry for lying to you, Harry, for using you for something like this. Harry felt his eyes begin to burn as realization washed over him. He knew there were several things he could do in this moment to save her life, but something in her words held him back. This is what she wanted. To see her friends and family again. To finally pass on after she fulfilled her self-made purpose of being Harry's guide, his guardian. It would not have been right to take that away from her. He realized he was just talking to fill the silence and had no plan of what to say, so he settled on the only thing he could say. Thank you, Rowena. She nodded shakily, understanding all of what he meant with those words. Do me one favor, she said, after I'm gone. Harry nodded firmly. A small smile crept back onto her face and a single tear formed in her eye. Tell those 2 Ravenclaw girls How immensely proud I am to have them in my house, she said shakily. A shame you were made a lion. Godric will be insufferable. The light faded from her eyes and her body went limp on the chain. Harry quickly vanished the chains and wrapped a black cloth around her, before hesitatingly engulfing it in flames. Take care of her, Cretentia, he said quietly, burning the corpse of Th. E. friend that had been with him for mere moments and yet thousands of years. Just as he had done to Hezek, he transferred the ashes into a conjured urn, reappearing the other and floating them to Cretentia. She took them and stored them into her robe where they disappeared. Harry, Cretentia said, stepping closer and placing a hand on the bloody side of his face, take Nova back. Please. Harry nodded. Dead and transferred the spirit back to his body. His wounds quickly healed themselves and he let out a tired sigh. You really missed a golden opportunity, you know, Harry said, a cheeky smile appearing on his face. You could have had me all to yourself in the afterlife by now. Cretentia let out an evil cackle. That's true, she said thoughtfully, a long fingernail tapping her lip, but I'll have you eventually. Till death do us part and all that. At Cretentia's nod, Harry turned to see a mass of people just outside the barriers he had set up, trying to get inside. You're willing to wait? He asked with a raised eyebrow. For now, she said. Until you gain a bit more experience. With a vivacious lick of her lips, Cretentia swiped a finger through thin air and stepped through a gate, waving a lingering hand for a moment longer before the gate disappeared. Harry could only shake his head and chuckle as he watched her go. A wave of his wand disabled the shields and a group of people rushed at him. Luna, Hermione and Susan were up front, Amelia, Marietta and Madame Pomfrey were close behind, along with many others. He was looking forward to getting back to his carefree life. His biggest worry happened to be which one of his students he wanted to kiss most. It was a problem he didn't mind having. Not in the slightest. Harry Potter sat in his defense against the dark arts classroom early one Saturday morning, quietly marking a stack of homework assignments from his third-year students about the different dark creatures that dwell in the Great Lake. In front of him saw TA student grumpily answering a small pile of fan mail as part of her detention. Even after all these years, people still sent him bloody letters, mostly invitations to dinner or requests for private lessons from lonely witches. Apparently the fact that he was happily married wasn't a fact the general public cared much about. It was an extra frustration when he would receive those letters from former students. Thankfully he no longer had to deal with performing the meld himself on those he tutored privately though. Normally he would have never had a student serve a detention in such a manner. It just so happened that Lily Potter was fairly used to these kinds of punishments. His darling second-year daughter was spending far too much extra time in his office this year for conduct unbefitting a Hogwarts student. Too much of her grandfather in her, or else she spent too much time with her best friend, whose father was one half of the greatest pranksters in Harry's own time at school. Rocks. Anne Weasley seemed keen to follow in her Uncle Fred's footsteps, not her father's, as that would be too embarrassing, and Lily was altogether too eager to do the same. It didn't help that Roxanne had an endless supply of pranking materials at her disposal. Harry tried to talk to George about cutting her off, but the father of the up-and-coming prankster was far too proud to do so. The professors quickly learned to separate the two of them during detentions though. Any time the two best friends spent together was time they enjoyed, no matter how many cauldrons they scrubbed or lines they wrote. Even this current punishment would only be mortifying for Lily if she were alone. Nothing like reading a load of poorly written love letters and unsubtle hints of marriage proposals about a girl's father to make her turn green. With Roxanne here, the embarrassment would have turned to gleeful ammunition that Harry would have heard repeated as soon as his next class with them. "Dad, this one sent you a pair of knickers," Lily said in disgust. Harry grimaced, floating the lacy undergarments in the air and torching them on the spot, then removing any potential contamination from his daughter's hands. "That's Professor Dad," Harry joked. Lily just groaned and went back to her work. Not that he would admit it to his daughter, but Harry was secretly pleased that she was receiving so many detentions. He didn't get to spend as much time as he liked with his kids as it was. Any excuse to be with either of them for even a bit longer was worth it. A tickle at the edge of his sensory spell had him pack up the rest of the homework to finish later, sweeping his wand toward his daughter for the remaining letters and what she'd finished so far to pile neatly on his desk. Lily scrunched her face. Stunningly, but her unasked question was answered a moment later when the door swung open and a familiar witch with curly reddish blonde hair walked in. "Professor Potter," Marietta Edgecombe called excitedly, pausing as she walked when she saw Lily seated there. "Detention or daddy-daughter time?" "Both," Harry chuckled, coming around to give his old friend a hug. "It's good to see you, Mary." Lil Y was up a second later to replace her father in hugging the family friend. "Did you bring me any presents, Aunt Marietta?" Marietta snorted. "I heard about what you did with my last gift, you know. Hat makes you think I would support such wretched behavior." Even if Lily didn't have such a poor poker face, Harry still would have caught the covert handoff of some unmarked package. He wondered if He was showing his bias for his own daughter by letting it slide, but decided he didn't really care if he was. Looking forward to later, Marietta asked Lily, "You mean to watch James get thrashed?" She asked with an evil grin. "Absolutely. Single quote. So little love for your own brother," Marietta chided good-naturedly. "From what I hear, James is the favorite." "That's what the prophet says," Harry said with a smirk. "It won't be easy for either of them though. It's actually pretty close to a rematch of you and Luna." Marietta made herself comfortable on top of a desk, idly toying with one of the Raven Claw diadem replicas that were now a key part of the curriculum. "So why's he the favorite then?" she asked. "'Cause he's a Potter, obviously," Lily said, rolling her eyes. Marietta chuckled. "It's no tea, as if the Weasleys didn't get special treatment from your dad." "The press has always called James a prodigy," Harry sighed. "Poor boy works himself far too hard trying to live up to it." "Well, he is a Ravenclaw," Marietta said proudly. Lily scoffed and snagged her diadem out of the grinning Marietta's hands, stuffing it in her bag while absently smoothing the red and gold tie she wore. Every student had their own diadem, or Educational Melding Crown, EMC, which they purchased from Diagon Alley before their first year. It was a useful tool that held limiters that were removed automatically over time. The rush of too much information could be harmful to younger students, so the increase needed to be gradual. Since its invention, Harry has only ever melded with his wife. Even his kids refused once they were old enough. They were very adamant at not wanting their father to see their minds, though Lily did allow her mother access occasionally. "Who do you think's got the edge?" Marietta sked as she ruffled Lily's dirty blonde hair. "Like I said, it's similar to you and Luna. James excels at chain manipulation and Victoire is simply a brilliant all-around fighter, clever too. Though, she hasn't used much of her real strength yet in the tournament." "Which is?" Marietta prompted. "Evocation," Lily piped up excitedly. "Dad says she's more of a natural at it than even Professor Macmillan. Hasn't used a lot of it in the tournament and James expects her to go full tilt. Roxanne says Victoire even has a link spirit." "Really?" Marietta asked, impressed, turning to Harry. "Is that true?" "Not my place to tell even if I knew," Harry shrugged. "I can say that if it is true she's the youngest ever to get a link spirit, if you don't count me, which you shouldn't." "She'll be the 13th, right?" Marietta asked. "She would," Harry confirmed. "You and Luna were the only ones to achieve it before your 20s. If she did manage it, well, maybe she's the prodigy." Marietta whistled sharply. To think someone could potentially be better than Luna. "Speaking of Luna," Harry said with a grin, "I should warn you that she's going to ask you for a rematch, it being the 20th annual tournament and all." Marietta blanched, giving Lily an exaggerated grimace which made the girl laugh heartily. "Think I'll pass on that," Marietta said in a high-pitched voice. "Remind me not to tease her about being the uncontested champion of Ravenclaw until after the tournament." The Potters laughed good-naturedly at her expense, not blaming her in the slightest for having a healthy dose of fear for Luna Potter. Even Harry was unsure if he would win a duel with his wife, not that he would ever try to. Luna had become hailed as one of the most powerful witches in the world, not to mention one of the brightest and the wealthiest. Harry and Luna made an obscene amount of money with the invention of the EMCs, not that they desired such wealth. It was handy for Luna's extravagant family vacations they had every summer though. Not to mention to fund the magical orphanages worldwide. They were so nice that Harry's even heard some students jokingly muse over murdering their parents, just to be able to live in one of the glamorous orphanages. "So, Aunt Marietta," Lily said in a teasing voice, "meld with anyone lately?" Marietta let out a loud musical laugh at Lily's cheek and Har. Y rolled his eyes, not for the first time, at the mundane purpose such an incredible form of magic was being used. Nowadays people only melded when they were a couple, the new hip way of asking to pay. Opal if they were going out was by asking them if they were melding. After Harry's botch he'd committed to Hermione and Susan he tried to limit the amount he melded with multiple people and put all Hi's efforts into creating the EMCs for mass production with Luna's help. Susan always complained that Harry chose Luna because the two of them never took time off melding because of that project. Add in the fact that during her 7th year, Luna was the only witch he was melding with on a regular basis and the rest was history. They fell thoroughly in love and married soon after Luna graduated. Mies Xenophilius Potter was born shortly thereafter, followed 3 years later by Lily Ginnerva Potter. Ron had found a partner to meld with in Hermione and now Harry was teaching their daughter, Rose. Susan and Ernie Macmillan had shared a similar beginning and were happily married with a young son. Ginny had never learned to meld, which was just as well as she was with a man who couldn't handle the process anyway. Apparently Neville had a massive crush on Ginny since his 4th year and finally found the courage to come clean. The herbology professor won her heart with the help of an amazing floral display that, in Neville's words, was not even half as beautiful as Ginny. Harry had never seen his two friends happier. Marietta on the other hand had been far too busy with her dangerous CA. Rear to think of such frivolous things as romance and Luna was always trying to set her up with a friend of hers who was a magizoologist. Harry heard that she finally relented but didn't have any fresh information on that front. "How I miss Hogwarts gossip," Marietta said in a voice dripping with sarcasm. "You should give your girl more lines for disrespecting her elders." "Don't worry," Harry said with a dry look at his daughter. "She's perfectly capable of getting punishments without any outside help." Lily smiled innocently and stood up with her bag. "Is detention over then, Professor Potter?" she said in a sweet voice that made Harry want to extend the detention to summer break. "Get out of here, Lils," he said, squeezing her in a hug and planting a kiss on her head. Lily squealed and giggled as her dad tickled her until she managed to break free and run for the door. "Love you, Lily," Harry called. "Love you too, Dad," she called back exasperatedly as she left the classroom. Harry smiled after his girl, knowing he would be entertaining her for another detention soon. "I almost died the other day," Marietta said suddenly, making Harry turn sharply to her. "My whole team almost went." Harry took a moment to study her face, making sure Marietta wasn't still worried for her life in some way. "Well, I'm even more glad to see you then," he said seriously. "What happened?" "What he thought was a group of hags turned out to be a bunch of witches and wizards," Marietta said with a grimace. "We handled them but it was a close thing. 2 of them must have been students of yours." Harry cursed in a way he never would have done in front of his daughter. "Do you have names?" "No, sorry, Harry," she sighed. "They got away, dark robes and all that, saw one though. A wizard, had blonde hair and really blue eyes. Was pretty tall too, 6.5 feet or so." "Could you tell how old he was?" Harry asked, already mentally going through who it might have been. "Not really, 20s, I guess." Harry sighed, narrowing it down to a few most likely in his mind. "You almost died?" he asked, waving his wand over her to ensure she was healthy. "We were ambushed," Marietta explained. "Before we even knew what was happening we were tied in black rope. Then the long incantation for the magma swamp spell was being intoned by 2 people. If it weren't for Cheppy." Harry spun his wand in a tight circle and summoned the small blue dragon called Cheppy. It launched itself immediately at Marietta, beating its 4 insect-like wings madly and wrapping the woman's arm up in a tight hug with its 6 stubby legs. Without another word, Harry rested his head against the dragons and melded. Melding with a spirit wasn't something that he taught, they were creatures that died once, to connect minds with the dead was risky. Cheppy was an intelligent creature, she knew what Harry was looking for and brought it to the forefront of her mind. Harry recognized both wizards who attacked Marietta immediately. "I'll deal with them once term's finished," Harry said darkly. Marietta let out a long sigh. "Sorry for bringing this to you, Harry." "Don't be," he said easily, "if anyone is usin'. Gee, what I taught them for things like this, then I want to deal with them myself." The two of them made their way out of class and toward the Quidditch pitch where the arena for the finals was set up in. A handful of people had already arrived, lounging in their seats chatting excitedly for the upcoming spectacle. Victoire Weasley was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the arena, meditating with an EMC on her head. Her parents waved to Harry from the crowd when they caught sight of him, and Marietta went to join them. "Ready?" Harry asked quietly, sitting down in front of Victoire. "Yes," she answered simply. Her eyes were serious and tense when she opened them. "Don't go easy on him just 'cause he's cute," Harry teased. She snorted loudly, swatting her professor and pseudo-uncle on the KN. As some of the tension left her shoulders. "Who are you rooting for?" she asked, smirking. "That no one gets hurt," he answered dryly, then looked at her seriously. "Are you going to use him?" "No," she replied quickly. "He's dangerous. Don't think he could hold back." Harry nodded approvingly. He felt similarly about his own Link spirit. Victoire was the only one since him that was chosen by a humanoid. His Cretanta and her Titanus were fiercely strong but far too dangerous to bring out for something that was meant to be a friendly duel. "Well, good luck anyway," Harry said, rising to his feet. "I know you'll be brilliant." She nodded to him with a happy smile and returned to her meditation. Harry next made his way into the Ravenclaw Quidditch change rooms. To his surprise, his wife was inside, sitting back to back with a boy everyone always said was the spitting image of his father, except for the eyes. He had his mother's silvery blue-gray eyes. "Don't ruin this," Luna said quickly with a giddy smile on her face. "I haven't been able to get him to meld with me since he was 8. "Wouldn't dream of it," Harry chuckled in disbelief. James didn't say anything, just kept his eyes closed and concentrated on whatever conversation he was having with his mother in their minds. Harry sat silently, watching them for a time before he decided Luna had things handled. He sat himself down near them and took some time to meditate until the show began. "Ladies and gentlemen," Harry intoned in a magically amplified voice, "finally it's time for our main event, the finals of this year's dueling tournament." The crowd erupted in loud applause for the two champions standing at opposite ends of the arena. They watched each other with a quiet intensity as if the audience didn't exist. On the sideline, Harry saw Luna, Marietta and Fleur talking excitedly, their nerves not quite as obvious as Bill's, who was already watching through his fingers. Hermione and Ron were sitting beside them with Rose, Hugo and Lily. Next, Susan Bones sat with her son Nigel and her Aunt Amelia. The retired Minister of Magic had her young grandson on her lap, who was bouncing happily, waving at his dad, who was on duty keeping his Hufflepuffs in line. Then was Ginny and Neville with their two kids Alice and Frank, with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley beside them cheering uproariously for Victoire. From Gryffindor House, in her 7th year at Hogwarts, Victoire Weasley. The cheering from the Weasley clan got even louder as the crowd erupted once more, but Victoire just kept her intense stare directed at her competitor. From Ravenclaw House, in his 5th year at Hogwarts, James Potter. The Weasleys didn't let up much, but the caw of a raven made Harry glance over at his wife, who had recovered her father's loud Ravenclaw flag. It only took a few waves for Lily to point her wand at it and silence it, making Marietta laugh uncontrollably as Luna pouted. James did the same as Victoire, staring down the girl he had a crush on. Harry knew his son wasn't planning on pulling any punches, but who knows what would happen once the fight began. If he did, his loss would be a certainty. "Fighters ready," Harry called. They both nodded. "Bo." They did. "Begin." As the next generation began their fight, Harry took a moment to think of the two people who made everything that was happening here possible. Wit, Hout the Space, Rowena Ravenclaw and Hezek Peverell created. What would the world be like today? Would Voldemort have succeeded in conquering magical Britain and beyond? Would Harry have managed to eat him anyway but had to sacrifice himself to do it? One thing Harry thought was a certainty: James wouldn't have been here now. Nor would Lily. Thanks to their efforts there was peace and Harry could live his life one day at a time with the people he cared about, passing on the knowledge they gave him. According to Rowena, they spent over 2,000 years together in that room. He spent more me with them than he could possibly spend with anyone else. Harry stopped the fight as James's wand went flying out of his hands and into Victoire's outstretched one. The twin-headed white wolf that was digging its fangs into James's arm stopped immediately to lick at the wounds they just caused. Victoire transferred Nova into him quickly so the wounds would heal immediately. Even through Harry's declaration of Victoire being the victor, she was still hugging James all the while, crying and telling him he was a prat and she knew he was holding back. That is until James found his inner Gryffindor and pulled the older girl in a kiss. Much to the amusement of the crowd apparently, and much to Victoire's approval. Harry smiled down at his bold son, shaking his head bemusedly, glad that in these days, defeat was sometimes more worth it than victory. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out my Patreon. Details in description.